You guys made it so close to the start of stream without saying idiotic shit. You got so close. Oh, you guys got so close. Ain't that just the story of your life? Like getting so close, but not actually getting there. Yeah. My puffs are jiggly today, Crunch Nasty. 420. My puffs are quite jiggly today, Crunch Nasty 420. I'd agree with you. I agree with you. I spent all night, definitely not just scrolling through Reddit. I did other stuff. But I did scroll through Reddit, and I did read Destiny's post that he wrote on Reddit, and that is genuinely everything that I know about Destiny's situation. So if you want to know about Destiny's situation, I don't recommend asking me. I recommend reading the Reddit post and listening to people who have more knowledge than I do. Oh yeah. I'm too busy dealing with my own tumultuous life to be honest. I know that's very rude and dismissive, and I don't mean to be rude or dismissive. But are you guys, have you seen what it's like out there? Have you seen what it's like out there? I need to drink this tea. I need to recline. I need to show you guys what I really think about you, which is the dirty undersides of my slippers. That's correct. That's what I think of you. I think dirty undersides of my slippers of you. Do you know what I feel like, Ritus? Ritus, do you know what this feels like? So we had to ban this guy because he said, why were you quote unquote streaming for 40 minutes? Do you remember the scene in The Devil Wears Prada where Anne Hathaway goes to Stanley Tucci? And Stanley Tucci's like, guess what? Miranda Priestley has made a decision. She's scrapping the spring photo shoot and she's reshooting all of it. I'm pretty sure that was basically the dialogue. Anne Hathaway's like, what? Why did she do that? Very much like this guy going, so why were you streaming for 40 minutes without actually streaming? And my answer is the same as Stanley Tucci's. It's a sarcastic, dismissive response, alluding to the fact that no one owes you explanations for their actions. They really don't. Especially when those actions are like so non-offensive and within the reasonable bounds of, you know, the employment of the person you're speaking to. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm usually better at describing scenes from things, but that's usually when they're funny. And that scene wasn't funny. That scene was just devastating and hilarious. Not like funny, haha. Oh, exactly, motherfucker. Do you like my little 70s fit? Do you like, okay, so I got this like pretty pink scarf in my hair because one of you sad, pathetic fuckers bought it for me off my wish list. Thank you. I love it. And then I got this, you guys, look at how cute this top is. So cute. So cute. It's got bell sleeves. I love a bell sleeve. Who knows what's going on in these sleeves? Anything could be happening in here, you guys. Whatever you want. There could be chocolates or treats. There could be nothing. There could be something. There could be a little squirrel in here. Let's go. 5 years. Been a wild journey. Lots of ups and downs, but I've enjoyed my ride. Ian, I'm so excited. Ian's going to come help out on a photo shoot this weekend. I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah. I love it. And then I am wearing yoga pants. I am wearing yoga pants because they're comfy, and it's a Tuesday, so why wouldn't I? And I like my yoga pants. I'm gonna keep them. They're not exactly like I don't think they were wearing yoga pants in the 70s because these types of fabrics were not really invented until the 80s, which is why they became so popular in the 80s, and that's why we associate the 80s with these like sort of bright neon stretchy fabrics. Ta-da. There we go. Photo shoot's so fun. Yes. So one of my friends was like, oh, hey, I love your Momo cosplay. I want to take photos of your Momo cosplay because I know the perfect location. And I sent the location to Ian because he has to show up there on Sunday. And he's like, yeah, this place looks fucking sick. They're letting us shoot for free as long as we give them a shout out on social media. So keep your eyes on my Instagram, which you can follow on this link up here. Yeah, I have such a good feeling about it because it is such an incredible location, and I know that there are tons of Toronto female cosplay content creators that follow me, And so they'll definitely see this location and be like, yeah, I want to shoot there too. It looks awesome. And then they'll get lots of business. I love supporting, we love supporting local small businesses. Yeah, girls are wearing a lot of lycra, spandex, those synthetic fabrics. We didn't really know how to make them, didn't really know how to or they didn't even exist, right? I don't know a ton about fabrics. I didn't go to fashion school. Maybe I should though. I went to makeup school. I learned how to do makeup. So I know about the history of makeup, which is why so a few years ago, my grandfather died. My maternal grandfather died. My paternal grandparents both passed away before I was born, so I never got to know my dad's parents. But I actually grew up with my mother's parents because my parents divorced when I was 2 years old. My mother moved back in with her mom and dad, my grandparents. And so when I was 2 years old, I was living with my grandparents. My grandmother also, look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Now look at me. Now really look. This is everything my grandmother ever wanted for me. When I was 12 years old, my grandmother was like, you should be the next Britney Spears. You should be on TV singing and dancing for people. You should be on the Disney Channel. You should be in front of people. You should be in magazines. And I was like, oh my God, Grandma, thank you. That's so lovely. It made me feel so happy. Like when your grandmother is so enthusiastic about your beauty and talent and your ability to perform, it made me so happy. My mother was very against that. My mother was just like, no, my God, just let her have a childhood. No, the entertainment industry is full of terrifying predators and narcissistic monsters. So I love that my grandmother really encouraged me, and I also really love that my mother tempered that encouragement with a realistic dose of what the entertainment industry actually is for children and for women and for childs of women and for girl children. So I learned how to do all the hair. I learned how to do all the makeup, and my grandmother loved it. My grandfather was a rough and tumble kind of guy. And so when my grandfather passed away, my grandmother had died a few years before, and she'd had dementia. And so she, for years, literally years leading up to her passing, would grab your hand, look you straight in the eye and go, I'm ready to go now. And you'd be like, oh my God, Grandma, Grandma, please, Grandma, no, come on now. But my grandfather was holding on for Grandma because he loved her so much. And so when grandmother passed, it was kind of just a matter of time before Grandpa would go too. And so my grandfather's passing was difficult, was really difficult. But also it's the natural way of things. Our grandparents are going to pass away. You want to make sure that they get to see you be happy and successful as their grandchild, but you also need to prepare yourselves that they're going to pass. My mother was already, I think, starting to feel the effects of her own early onset Alzheimer's. So she was not really able to deal with my grandfather, her father's death. So I ended up organizing my grandfather's funeral. I was in my mid-20s. I had never organized a funeral before. I had no fucking clue what I was doing. There were several other adults who probably, because my mom is one of 5 children. I have aunts and uncles. There's other people in the family who could have been doing this, but can't always rely on your family, especially in moments of grief. So I got to plan my grandfather's funeral, and we were getting ready to go to the funeral. And my brother was just like, why do you feel like you need to wear makeup, V? And I get where he's coming from. I'm going to a funeral. I'm not there to attract anybody. Oftentimes, in a very narrow field of view, men mistake women putting on makeup as something that we do to attract men. Oh, it's funny and it makes me laugh to not scream. Yeah, my brother was just like, why are you wearing makeup? Why do you wear makeup? And then he didn't want to let it go. And I've heard this from men before, why do you feel like you need to wear makeup? Why? What is it about makeup? And it has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't invent makeup. I'm not making it. I'm not like harvesting fucking coal for eyeliner. Makeup is a human invention. Humanity, independent of each other, all over this fucking earth, have decorated and designed themselves for every reason. To go to war, to celebrate birth, to celebrate love, to celebrate death. We decorate ourselves as humans. Of course, every sense is just what we do. It's what lots of animals do. You've seen birds tear up little bits of like magazine and jam it into their little tail feathers, and they're decorating themselves for the function of like building a nest maybe later. But it's just like, why do you wear makeup? I'm sorry, are you actually asking me why am I participating in the culture of humanity? That's a great question, asshole. This guy thinks he's gotten me. He's got a gotcha. He couldn't hold himself back. He had to say it. He said, yes, birds will decorate themselves with little bits of trash to then utilize that physical decoration to build a nest to attract the other sex. What an incredible gotcha. Wait, you're telling me? Hold on. You're trying to justify decorating yourself as some sort of life-giving necessity? Pfft, what a crazy bitch I must be. Oh, it's just that we see nature doing it on its own all the time. Yes, I'm truly the crazy one, and you definitely got me. I got a black kitten a year ago. You did? Oh my gosh. Yay, I love voids. I love my sweet, precious void. It's such a dumpster question. Could easily say, why do you shave? I mean, it's as fucking ridiculous as asking somebody, why do they wear glasses? Yes. This guy came in and he said, my IQ just dropped. These are my favorite types of comments. These are excellent. Please say more. Tell me more about how I'm the one making you stupid. For birds, many female birds are quite bland, while the male birds are beautiful. For the example, birds of paradise. Or peacocks. The most famous version of that sexual dimorphism. A peahen is not really much to look at, because women don't need to be much to look at. You need us to survive. We only need one of you, and barely even that, to, maintain our lives and be happy. That's right, men. What you need to realize is that women look good not for you. Not even in nature do women look good for their men. Women look good for themselves. It's just for me. I'm a selfish cunt. It's all for me, you idiots. I'm not sitting here looking at any of you idiots. I'm sitting here looking at my bank account, looking at you idiots looking at me. Had my intention been to seek the world's favor, I should surely have adorned myself with borrowed beauties. I desire therein to be viewed as I appear in mine own genuine, simple, and ordinary manner, without study and artifice. For it is myself I paint. My defects are therein to be read to life, or read to the life. And any imperfections, sorry, it's gone. I did my best in a cold read, and it's gone. I'm only wearing glasses to attract women. It's not because of the fact that I can't see shit. Yep. What? You gave animals doing it to attract the other sex as an example of not doing it to attract the other sex. I gave an example of the necessity of life and the way that life finds a way to survive, even in beautiful ways, even in functionally beautiful ways. It is not my problem, nor will it ever be, that you are too stupid to understand that. I was taking pictures once near a stream, says Reindeer Flotilla, and I saw some ducks and duck hens. I don't know what the lady ducks are called. I think it's all just duck. I don't know if ducks get special names for, like, peacock and peahen are pretty specific, because I have no idea why. But then ducks are just kind of ducks. Lady duck, man duck, boy duck. It looks so soft, and it is. Young Squire, and that's why you are alone with the cat. Oh no, chat, do you not have object permanence? Uh-oh. A female duck is a hen also. Honestly, that makes so much sense. Yes, we're learning so much. Yes, and this is why I'm alone. Yeah, you guys, I'm alone because of my personal defects. For sure, absolutely. I'm definitely not single because a lot of you men are in a bad way. A lot of you men are in a bad way, and people are right to avoid men in a bad way. There's literally nothing wrong with avoiding bad men. You can try to shame me for it as much as you want, but I don't think it's going to have the effect that you desire. Hey, nice bank account. Oh damn, Michelle de Montague, that says in chat. What? I don't even know. I don't even know Michelle de Montague. It's Duck Duck Goose, baby. I only function as a human to find pretty ladies. A female duck is a hen also. I also cannot get over the fucking hypocrisy of any person coming into my stream with me looking like this and then trying to give me some sort of gotcha of my own narcissism. My dudes, you are the ones who clicked on this stream. Who is truly selfish? Who is truly shallow? Who is truly out to get what is best for them? I'm just sitting in my living room. I'm gonna be doing this whether you watch or not. But you're watching for a reason. Why is that? It might be selfish. You're not watching me out of the kindness out of your heart. Oh yeah, that's a perfect spot for you. Now I get my own private kitty. Now I can stroke my pussy without anyone seeing it. Exactly. I recommend skimming through his essay at least once in adulthood. Are his essays bound in a book that you could send to my P.O. box? Because there you go. That's the best way to do it, my dears. Yeah. I'm reading Rainier Maria Rilke right now, and I am loving him. I cannot believe the fire that man spits. I'm reading that sort of for fun. And then I'm reading this less for fun, more to be able to deal with a lot of you fuckers that I have to talk with in chat. Yes. It's Not You. It's a great book. It's about identifying and healing from narcissistic people. That's right, but keep going, you idiot. Keep paying me. It's by Ramani Durvasula, PhD. I'm so sorry, I might have butchered her name. I'm trying the best I can. This book is about how it's not you that's wrong. So yesterday when we were streaming, we were talking about the last relationship that I was in. Here, actually, I'll put it over here so you can see it. We were talking about the last relationship that I was in. It was with a friends with benefits. Me and him have known each other since we were children together at summer camp when we were 9 years old. We knew each other a little bit in our early teens and then lost touch when we went to high school and university. And then we met again after university, dated off and on sort of tumultuously in our 20s, and then reconnected about a year ago. And then spent all of last year being fuck buddies, friends with benefits. He had a Tinder profile long before I made mine. And he told me that, and I told him, we're not rushing into a relationship. There's no rush. And he invited me home to spend Christmas with his family, where his father offered me his late wife's robe in case I got cold, where his brother looked me in the eye and said, I love you, V, where we shared our meals and laughter and happiness, played games, enjoyed ourselves. And then he ghosted me after canceling on New Year's Eve and then dumped me over the phone on New Year's Day. All of this was so fucking confusing to me. It's so confusing, it might actually make me believe those disgusting trash-mouthed monsters who were earlier in chat saying, this is why you're alone with a cat, as if that was some terrible tragedy. I couldn't figure out how we had gone from literally celebrating Christmas in each other's arms to then him dumping me over the phone on New Year's. And then I read this book about narcissists, and then it made perfect sense. It actually all makes perfect sense. I wondered, I was like, is he a sociopath? Because over this past year, his roommate screamed in his face that he was a sociopath. She said that he is devoid of normal human emotions, and she screamed that he was a sociopath, and he told me this, and I felt so sympathetic I thought, oh my God, that's so harsh of her. How could she say that about you when you are so kind to me? I thought in that moment. He's not a sociopath. He's not even suffering from narcissistic personality disorder. Because quite often, people with really acute, really intense narcissism are wildly successful. Oh no, Stretch suffers from, fittingly enough, the most middling narcissism imaginable. The most fucking commonplace, just a selfish, shitty asshole level of narcissism. He's not actually successful. He's a man in his mid-30s who's a writer who's never written anything successful. He's worked the same minimum wage job for over a decade, never moving up or even around in the industry or field. And yet he looked down on every opportunity I tried. I was like, hey, if you want a creative outlet, let's make content together. You're a writer, you're a film director, like, let's make content together. And he was like, yeah, let's. He would send me ideas. He was even like sending me cute ideas. But they would never come to fruition because he always found an excuse. It was a little bit like, oh, I guess the stars just aren't aligning. But that's not really how it works, because like my other friend was like, hey, I love your Momo cosplay. Let's do a photo shoot. And then he found a location and we picked a time and he called the location. He found out that the location, we could get it for free even, as long as we gave him a shot. Like, it worked. This is the thing, Repelmer, please shut the fuck up. No offense, but you're being an idiot. You're not being triangulated because you're listening to my account of my lived experiences. I'm not keeping you from somebody who you have every right to speak to. That's not what this is. You and I aren't in a relationship, and I'm not telling you about something that my mother said about you. In that instance, that would be triangulation. If you and I were in an intimate relationship, if I was calling you my boyfriend, but I was feeding you nasty information that my mother said about you without letting you meet my mother, that is triangulation. When a survivor of narcissistic abuse is telling you what their experience is, you can just shut the fuck up and listen, you worthless idiot. I'm very angry at the things you're saying to me because you are violating the space that I'm creating for people like me to be spoken to and heard, rather. I'm getting so angry I can't even speak. Moderators, you can ban Repelmer. I don't care for his interactions anymore. I feel like he's been disrespectful 2 days in a row, and we're better off without him. It is absolutely the mark of a monstrous person to turn around information given to you voluntarily by somebody trying to educate and throw it back in their faces. What an idiot. What a worthless moron. I'm genuinely so angry at that man's conduct. And I feel good that we got rid of him and that we acknowledged that he was being a piece of shit. Delete that comment, Ritus. We're not saluting that behavior. He does not get a salute as he leaves. It is a dishonorable discharge from the conversation because of his actions. Because of his actions. Joe Schmuck, excellent question, my dear. Thank you so much for getting us back on track. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Triangulation is when somebody keeps you away from everyone else. Triangulation is something that narcissists will use to maintain control over the narratives in their lives. Examples of triangulation can be managers and bosses not letting you speak to the higher ups because they're too busy or because they're not to be bothered with this information. Triangulation involves being the gatekeeper of information. It can happen between family members as well. Don't tell dad about this, but mom said that. These types of triangulating conversations are red flags. Huge red flags. Triangulation can happen within friend groups as well. If two friends have a falling out, a third friend can insert themselves between them and then make the falling out even worse. And now somebody made the same joke. I wonder if they just got here and they weren't listening to me like 5 minutes ago when I said that taking the information that somebody is giving you in an educational way and then sort of tossing it back at them, he's trying to do it in a playful way, but the reality is I feel like lots of immature people really tell on themselves by deflecting using humor instead of actually just feeling the vibe. It's really irritating. You're not Jim Carrey. No one's gonna burst out laughing at your hilarious joke, buddy. Oh yeah, I tried to like tape this in place because it likes to migrate, but the tape did not very stick. I mean, I feel like lots of people in chat are just responding to some idiot's comment. Did he say anything worth listening to that you guys are responding to, or are you all just taking up my chat responding to somebody who should be just ignored? The world is a big place. There are all kinds of people, but there are people out there who despise narcissists. Joe Schmuck asked, is there any situations where it's a positive to do, or is it always a negative? It is always a negative. Allowing people to speak face to face who are experiencing conflict is the only way to get through the conflict. Trying to keep people apart and managing relationships is inappropriate every time. Unless these are children, basically. But as adults, if you have a problem with somebody, if there is negativity, if there is tension, if there is conflict between people, then you come together face to face as adults, you sit down, you have a conversation where you speak to one another. Trying to say, oh, this person doesn't like you, so you probably shouldn't come over. Or you probably shouldn't say anything to them because they told me this. That's manipulative triangulation, and you should never stand for it. It's a red flag that you should just immediately disengage from. Go get the ball, baby. Go get it. Go get it. Literally, fetch never ends. It's always fetch. Every day is fetch. Okay, new commenter has a question. It's a what if. It's a whataboutism. So what about if you know the other party will make the situation even worse? If they go face to face because you know them and you know how they'll behave, you don't know anything. You have ideas about what might happen if these two people come face to face. And I'm not saying that your ideas are wrong, but your ideas can't be the only right. There have to be other possibilities than just what you believe will happen. You might think that you're doing the best by keeping these two people apart and moderating their arguments, moderating their difficulties. You're not. You're really not. You're enabling immature negativity. It's not beneficial for anyone. Adults are able to come face to face and say, we are having a conflict. What is the basis of this conflict? Was it unkept promises? Was it unfair treatment? Is it toxicity through attitude? The difficulty is that lots of people are so emotionally immature. Having these conversations are going to be as useful as talking to a horse, or a fence post, or a puddle. Some people are literally as inanimate and rigid and stuck in their own ways as any of those things I just listed. And those people are the ones that you can literally walk away from like they were a puddle or a fence post or just a horse that you can't communicate with. As human beings, you're allowed to discern, wow, this person is basically fucking nothing to me. It doesn't make you inhuman, and it doesn't make them inhuman. It just makes you able to see what is relevant to you and what is irrelevant to you. And allowing anyone else to decide what is relevant for you and what is irrelevant for you is brainwashing manipulation that is dehumanizing you. You are allowed to speak to people. You are allowed to have conversations, even if they're difficult or uncomfortable. No one else should be allowed to decide what you do, who you speak to, or where you go. Go get the ball. Do you think it's even possible to make a narcissistic person aware of themselves? Narcissistic people cannot, like by their very nature, they lack empathy. That's it, that's the thing. John, we were talking about radical acceptance yesterday. And radical acceptance means accepting that narcissistic people will never become aware of themselves enough to change. This is the appropriate course of action when you come into contact with a narcissistic person. That's not to say this is what you do when you approach narcissistic traits. There's degrees of this. Everybody has narcissistic traits. Everybody would be happy to win the lottery and would be especially happy to win the lottery if it meant that their worst enemy was losing the same amount of money forever. You know what I mean? That's a kind of narcissistic trait, and that's very normal, and it's pretty healthy to have them. We might all stick our hands into a candy jar with nobody's looking, and we might steal. It's a narcissistic trait. It doesn't mean that you're a narcissistic person. It doesn't mean that you're gonna steal land from tens of millions of indigenous people and build factories to destroy the environment. That would be a narcissistic personality disorder. That's super villainy levels of outrageous narcissism. That's way on the other side of the spectrum. And then in the middle, which is what most people have in general, is just a narcissistic personality. Just those two words together. A narcissistic personality. Some people are born, live, and die with a narcissistic personality. It's just who they are their entire fucking lives. They never develop the empathy to genuinely feel the emotions of the people around them. They never have the ability to look inward and acknowledge, wow, I was behaving terribly. I need to apologize. I need to never behave that way again. They'll just never get there. They will die living, breathing, existing their entire lives with a narcissistic personality. And then many people will just go through times of their lives where their narcissistic traits become predominant because of the situations around them. They are stressed at work, they get dumped by their partner, their parents die in a fire, and all of a sudden their life, because of the situation around them, makes them very self-focused, not really empathetic. That could happen to anyone. That could happen to you and me. That's probably happened to you and me in our lives. That's narcissistic traits, environmental factors. But the guys that I date have narcissistic personalities. These are the men that I date. Narcissistic personalities are drawn to me because I am highly expressive. You see my emotions on my face, in my body, in my clothing, in my voice, in the way that I gesture. I'm highly emotive. I have emotions that are visible and easy to read. That makes me very tempting for narcissists because they'll know exactly where they stand with me all the time. My poker face isn't great. If they know where they stand with me all the time, then they know how to get supply from me. This is the other thing that narcissists love about me. I love to supply. I'm a giver. I was raised by narcissistic parents who expected me to get on their level and to give almost more than they gave me as their child. They expected me to be as patient and mature as their colleagues at work when I was a fucking kid in their own house. So I'm a giver. I love giving. Narcissists latch onto that and love that. And also I'm nice to look at. Also, I have a big fat ass and an itty bitty little waist and perky round tits and big beautiful brown eyes. And narcissists love beautiful things. They can't help themselves. It makes them feel elevated to be seen with me. But then that's also a very slippery slope. It's a huge slippery slope because something that was happening a lot last year with Stretch, which I thought was good, but actually I realize now was probably one of the contributing factors to him dumping me in such a vicious way. Every single time Stretch and I went out together, strangers would come up to us and compliment us. Mostly they would tell him, for whatever reason. He seemed more approachable between the two of us. Probably because when we go out, I kind of glowed like I was in the spotlight a lot. So people don't usually approach me, they usually approached him, and they would compliment us. And I felt really good about that. I felt like that was a sign that we were right together, that we should be together. I could not see it from his narcissistic perspective, which is that when he wasn't with me, he never got complimented by strangers. People didn't even look at him or notice him. Their eyes went right over him. I don't think it made him feel good to be invisible without me. I don't think that fed his narcissistic supply. I don't think he liked it. Because, like, if I go out by myself, I still get compliments all the fucking time. And that's the thing, that, like, I could go out without him, and I would still come home and tell him, oh my god, I was at the grocery store, and this woman told me she liked my purse. And he'd be like, that's cool. I went out, and nobody looked at me or talked to me or interacted with me, and I know that what I'm saying might ring in your own mind, where you're like, oh my god, women get all this attention, and women get, you guys, being friendly and open and engaging is a skill that people develop. It's not just a privilege that I have. I get it, that the way that I look is a privilege, but I put so much energy and effort into every choice that I make about myself in an effort to be engaging, warm, and literally embracing. I want the world to embrace me, and I want the world to feel embraced by me. Maybe it's selfish, maybe it comes from like a really deep-seated fear of dying alone and being rejected by society. But I also know that it feels so right for me to connect with people. In Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents, written by Lindsay Gibson, PhD, which I cannot recommend enough for everyone to read, she describes how putting away the role self, the role that all of us must develop to survive in the world, putting that role aside, saying, fuck the way I am supposed to be, and actually embracing our authentic selves truly makes us noticeably more lucky. And I actually feel more lucky, I really do. I feel like the universe sort of vibrates in time with me so that when I feel ready to take a step, move a beat ahead, it's like everyone and everything around me is taking a step and moving a beat ahead with me. You gotta do some deep digging to find that authentic self. Yes! Yes, I need to go back to the restaurant for my like Sunday night dinner ritual. I've been feeling a bit overwhelmed, so I haven't gone. But the maitre d', who is like so sweetly in love with me, the maitre d' told me that I am an artichoke. And no, I'm not gonna cry. Fuck you, I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry, but I really liked it. I was like, excuse me. He told me that I am an artichoke, that nature gave me beautiful, tough, protective layers. And then the most delicious, sweet, soft core. And I need both of those things. And it's right for me to have both of those things. Oh, it made me feel so good. Having a man call you an artichoke. Get me pregnant. Get me pregnant immediately. Plap, 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 plap. Get pregnant. Tell a woman she's an artichoke and she will beg for your semen. You could fascinate a woman with a bit of cheese, but if you tell a bitch she's an artichoke, that girl's gonna marry you. Oh my god, I love it. Sounds like he wants to get artichoked. Yeah, he wants to get artichoked by my thighs. He's speaking to your Portuguese. He knew what he was doing. Are artichokes Portuguese? Are they Portuguese? I had no idea. I don't know a lot about artichokes. I like artichoke dip. I guess I should learn more about myself. That was good. I'm taking notes over here. Wow, left us to go work, eh? Yeah, Ian. Sorry. Yeah, Ian. Sorry, I fucking spiked the mic on that one. Yeah, Ian. Some people love showing up to work for me every single day. They don't do it just for an opportunity to jam their cocks into me. I'm sorry, Ian. I know that's not why you were a moderator, but I also feel like mindfulness, maturity, adult experiences, I feel like it's fair to say you were a moderator because you wanted to fuck my brains out. And then when you were like, oh my god, I've been such a good moderator, I've been putting coins into the fuck Vera's brains out machine, and now she's not letting me fuck her brains out because she's friends with a different moderator. I didn't fuck his brains out either. Well, duh. Ian, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad. You were mean to me when you realized I wasn't going to have sex with you, but I was never going to have sex with you. You shouldn't have been nice to me in the first place. You should have fucked one of us, Ian. Ian's like, you know what? I don't care if I hated Ben. You should have fucked him. You know what, Ian? There's still time for me to fuck all of you. I was thinking for my birthday, I kind of want to have like a gangbang. I was literally like, I should honestly just like extend an invitation to like every guy I would feel comfortable, like maybe not fucking one-on-one, but definitely feel comfortable being like, you could be part of the gangbang. My 35th birthday gangbang sounds fucking great, guys. Even if I don't do it, I'm just gonna fantasize about it for the next 4 months. And that's probably gonna be even better. Oh, wow, LOL. Sorry, John. John, you're married. I don't think you're gonna be invited to the birthday gangbang. Where do I sign up? All right, fellows. I mean, Ian. So Ian's gonna come be the assistant. So you're gonna be holding the light mostly for the photo shoot. Photographer is gonna be taking pictures of me in my Momo costume. I'm gonna be doing Momo things, Momoing it up. And then you're gonna be in charge of holding the light and occasionally like grabbing stuff. Like I might need you to like grab makeup for me from my bag or grab hair products. Who knows? You know what I mean? So this is gonna be, let's see how you work as a team, Ian. Because you know, that's the thing, Ian. Ian, if you had stayed a moderator, your chance of being invited to the gangbang would have been much higher because I would have seen how much you prioritized the group experience. You guys, you think being a moderator is just like white knighting about something? No, it is about showing the true qualities that you all possess, which is that you can participate happily in a group. Especially when it's focused on one fucking sweet type pussy. In a video game, please don't ban me, Twitch. I'm trashing that invite. The event will be held in Minecraft. Should we stream it in VR though? Should we just like, we'll all put on fucking haptic feedback suits and we'll let you guys all watch? Can I hold the lights for the gangbang? Can I please keep you hydrated? If Ritus wasn't there, I'd be sweating looking at my mod roll in the top of this, in light of this topic right now. Don't, Viking, I'm not actually gonna fuck any of the moderators. Yeah, no. I had to think about it for a second. No. Well, maybe. Where's Demon Dad? Maybe Demon Dad. I'm a diligent worker. You are, but you also diligently want to put your penis in and around my various orifices. And probably feet. I feel like Ian would fuck the back of my knees. Like I always wanted a man to. Oh my god, is Ian my dream? So where do I fill out mod applications? Oh, yeah, actually, we did need new moderators. We did, actually. How did you know? It's because I was so angry. I was raging the other day, fucking angrily, about how we made armpits sexy. I feel like we really, like, because it went from feet to armpits, and that's just... On one hand, I feel like it's such a leap over so many sexy parts of the, you know what I mean? But then again, you can look at it as a negative, you can look at it as a positive, you can choose, right? Oh god, I haven't heard about knee fucking since Ally McBeal! Tell me that you were born in the 1980s without telling me that you were born in the 1980s. Ally McBeal? Dude, Ally McBeal's even too old for me. Oh wait, yeah, that's better. Okay, yeah. Hi, Pup. You are so good at fetch. You are so good at fetch. You guys really should be gifting me a sub every single time I throw the ball for her. Yeah. Yep, I was born in 1986. I know. I know. Kink game going crazy right now. I'm a very horny woman. I'm a very horny woman. I think most women are quite horny. It's just that there's not a precedent for women to be open and explicit about their feelings, especially sexual arousal feelings. We're mostly socialized to believe that men feel sexual feelings and women receive sexual feelings. And so a woman flipping the script and describing her own sexual desires is seen as sort of unnatural. It's like watching a cow hunt down a lion. Moo, motherfucker! I'm coming for you! I regret nothing. You know that cows would kill you and your whole family if they got the chance. I'd watch that. I mean, you're watching me just describe it. Of course you would watch it actually happening. I knew there was a reason I was eyeing that cowkini. Oh my god, buy me the cowkini immediately. Buy me the cowkini immediately. I love cows. I love cows. One of the only family vacations we ever went on as children. Interestingly enough, one of the scariest elements that I read in this book, in Ramani Dursavula's? Yes, Ramani Dursavula's book, It's Not You, Identifying and Healing from Narcissistic People, is something that I experienced the entire time I dated Stretch. The whole time I was dating Stretch, there was this sort of weird thing that happened. In our 20s, it would manifest after we spent time together. I would get sick. I would have what I could only describe as an allergic reaction to Stretch. And I thought I was crazy. Like, you don't want to tell people, like, I think I'm allergic to my fuck buddy. I think I'm allergic to my off-again, on-again boyfriend, because that doesn't make sense. The idea that you could be, like, allergic to a person doesn't make sense until I read Ramani's book, where she talks, I don't know if I can find the page, and I don't know if I highlighted it, but she talks about how you might feel physically ill, and you might break out in a rash. You might have unusual swelling or joint pain. You might, hold on, was it here in the mental health? Can narcissistic abuse make you physically ill? Ask yourself, says Ramani, if you notice your health getting better or worse depending on your contact with a narcissistic relationship. Being in one of these relationships is stressful, and stress affects your health in a variety of ways, such as headaches, muscle tension, diminished immune function, which can make you more vulnerable to illnesses. If you have pre-existing chronic health conditions like autoimmune conditions, asthma, diabetes, stress can exacerbate your illness. It has been suggested that suppressed trauma can be experienced as physical pain, and the chronic pain and other similar physical discomfort reported by long-term experiencers of narcissistic abuse are consistent with that observation. I couldn't believe what I was reading. Yes, literally exactly. Over this past year, every single time Stretch and I had sex, I felt like I was going to vomit afterwards. It was so embarrassing. I felt so guilty. I felt so confused. We would be fucking, we would be having sex. He would come because he couldn't make me come. And then I would feel like I was going to vomit. And I thought, in my mind, oh, it must be because, like, I was just bouncing around so much. Like, it must be because my stomach was just boop, 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 boop. Like, we were moving around quite a bit. There was a lot of fucking going on. No. My body was actually having a physiological repulsion of a nausea from having sex with somebody who I knew on a subconscious level was bad for me, was really bad for me. Whew. Okay. I'm gonna take a break while you guys buy this book on Amazon or while you get it on Audible. Um, because you might not be a narcissist, but you definitely have narcissistic people in your life that you might not be aware of. They might be your kids' friends' parents. They might be your childhood friend who, you know, you've had a kind of rocky relationship with since childhood. It could be your mother-in-law. It could be your cousin. It could be your grandpa or your own parents. Get the book, you guys. And if you're like, I don't need to read that book, I don't want to read that book, maybe you're the narcissist. Okay, I added to the Instagram story. You can go enjoy it. Go enjoy the photo of on the Instagram story. I also switched. I took this off my shoulders because I did not like the way that it was like bunching up close to my neck. I want to be able to see my muscles because I'm trying to work on putting my shoulders down. Talking about narcissists and how you can be raised by narcissists, you can date narcissists. They creep up on you in ways that you can't predict always. And they get at you when you're going through transitions. And so, yeah, it's just like, let's not get trapped by this. Let's not get trapped by this. Let's survive this in a way that we can also, thrive eventually. It's weird you aren't under my live following tab. Uh-oh, I've been shadow banned for the things I'm saying. I have been banned. Hey, guess what? Even if I'm banned, you can still give money to the corporation that banned me. Yay! The system works. Do you think overall narcissists perform better or worse than average in life? I am not qualified to give any sort of opinion on this whatsoever. Who knows, really? Sometimes the grandiosity of their delusions truly propels them forward. Have you watched the Netflix documentary Bad Surgeon? Oh my God. Have you watched Bad Surgeon? Okay, so that guy is like a textbook narcissistic personality disorder, and was like a millionaire fucking surgeon, throat surgeon. There are some people who are able to fake it all the way to the very, very top. There are tons of wildly, and the book talks about that narcissists are, especially really like malignant, vicious, ambitious narcissists, are entertainers. They're the superstars who are standing on stage in front of us singing our favorite songs to us. They are politicians, obviously. We see narcissistic politicians. We see narcissistic billionaires. We see narcissistic monsters everywhere. Like, they're literally everywhere. And a huge facet of the malignant nature of narcissism is the betrayal blindness. The betrayal blindness, you, as a survival mechanism, must dissociate from the reality of the awfulness of being in contact with a narcissist. What's happening right now for me, it happens all the time for many of us. The betrayal blindness is quite insidious, quite insidious. Oh good, you found me. I'm not banned yet. Every time I'm feeling like I've wandered for too long, I find my way back here. At least for a day or so. How do you do, V? Good and bad. Like, good and bad. It's impossible to not acknowledge the bad. I remember the first time I saw my mother cry. I was thinking about that yesterday. Do you remember the first time you saw your mother cry? Really cry. Not the first time you saw your mother's eyes water, or not the first time you saw a tear fall down your mother's cheek, which happens like sometimes when they watch a movie or look through photo albums. I mean, see your mother cry. For me, it was on Remembrance Day. It was on Remembrance Day at church, which Remembrance Day was on a Sunday, so we were doing a Remembrance Day mass. We used to go to church all the time. And my mother, for the first time in my life, stood silent, sobbing, remembering the insane toll that was paid for us to be able to go to school and grow up and love the people who are right for us and to be our authentic selves. I watched my mother cry. It was very shocking and it was very scary. Because yesterday during the presidential inauguration, it was like that moment where my mother was crying for the incredible toll that was paid was lit on fire and then doused in disgusting refuse and then dumped in a ditch. think I'm still in shock from it. I can't even think clearly. The betrayal blindness. Because the idea that narcissists are now in charge of one of the largest and most powerful countries on the planet is very scary in the macro sense. And that is too big for any of us to actually be able to deal with on our own. And so there's a couple things that we need to think about right now that are very important. Number one, things take time. Individual steps can be taken and must be taken. We can't do everything all at once. We can't control what the next 4 or 10 or 25 years are going to look like. There's nothing that we as individuals can do to fix the greater world, but we as individuals can work on ourselves so that when the world reaches out to us, we will have open hands to reach back. Because right now, I feel like a lot of the world is reaching in ways for each other, and we have so many problems already in our hands, we can't actually grasp the hands that are necessary to, move forward as humanity. So I hope if we work on all the problems in our own hands, then our hands will be free to deal with all the big problems that are coming for us in the future. It's the only way I can think about it. Oh my God, Azuriki, the first time you saw your mother cry was when her younger brother was lying in a sickbed. So your uncle was lying in a sickbed and he was passing away. Oh God, I read a comment on Reddit once that said, losing your parents is like losing your past, and it is intensely awful. Losing your child is like losing your future, and it is unbearable. Losing your spouse is like losing your present, because how could somebody who you spent every day with suddenly be gone? But losing a sibling is like losing your past, your future, and your present all at once, because our siblings are truly the only people who actually grow up with us, who go through childhood, who grow into adults with us, and who stick it out as we get old. It's our siblings. It's literally just our siblings. Your friends aren't always going to be there. Your parents aren't always going to be there. You're not even going to be there the whole time for your own fucking kids. But your siblings, those are the ones. Those are your people. And losing them it feels, yes, absolutely like losing yourself. Every part of yourself. The past and the present and the future. Makes you think, right? I have no idea what the next 5 to 10 years are going to look like. Yes, you do. You know what your own goals are. You know what you need to do to be the happiest version of yourself. And you, as an individual getting to the happiest version of yourself, is greatest for everyone around you, including on the macro sense of the global scale. It is. It's just good. How many of us have been so happy and delighted by watching somebody hula hoop on their back porch in a YouTube video? That's just them being their best self. They're not doing it because they thought you would watch it and enjoy it, but you did. A beautiful unintended consequence of being the best version of yourself. I heard that narcissists, supportive environment, Joe Schmo? I'm so sorry, I really have no idea what you're saying. I think you're trying to put a few different ideas into one sentence. We're not talking about politics ever. Those slippers look comfy as fuck. They're coveted as fuck. Yeah, you can get them on Amazon. I think, Flinglish saw your mother cry at your grandma's funeral. As a woman, losing your mother feels like watching yourself die. Truly. Psychologists, a psychologist said, and many believe, that things that we cannot speak to our mother, we cannot even acknowledge exist for ourselves. If it cannot be spoken to the mother, it cannot be acknowledged in the self. So losing your mother's is like, oh my God, I'm losing a part of myself. How do you find a massive nympho woman? I just can't put that on my Tinder profile. You need to create in yourself the kind of man who will draw that woman to him. You must become the kind of man who is worthy of a massive nympho woman, which means you need to exercise. You have to be in peak physical form. You need to have a wide array of varied sex toys. So you might have to get a job that pays you well. You need to be able to go with or to that woman throughout her life, which means you're going to have to develop flexibility, not only in your work, in your friendships, in your personality, but also in your mind. You can do this. I believe in you. Oh my God, we're not talking about politics, especially not Canadian politics. I cannot think of anything worse to talk about right now than Canadian politics. Number one, you don't know anything about Canadian politics. It doesn't even matter if you're Canadian, you don't know anything about Canadian politics. I, as a Canadian, don't know anything about Canadian politics. I don't even know anything about American politics, and I know too much about both. So we're not gonna talk about any of that, none of that, ever. Joe Schmuck, don't do that. Don't use, we're gonna time you out now if any of the moderators are here. Do not get around banned terms. Getting around banned terms is violating to me. I have banned those terms for a reason. I don't want you to talk about those things. And if you go around my boundaries, you are being disrespectful and violating my space that I have welcomed you into. Yes. Just Chill says, I really do appreciate your insight on things. Thank you. Trying to start a war in chat, not in my chat. Your life can be entirely affected by your own action. Never wait for the world to make your life for you. We are, in many ways, in control of ourselves, but also in many ways we are blind to the control that other people have over us. Part of being in control of yourself is acknowledging the ways that other people have control over you. And that's painful and makes you feel small and like a failure. I know that feeling well. V, you look like Shantae from the video game. I love looking like a video game. I was born a cartoon. Yeah, I guess so. So someone who is open to using toys can give women multiple orgasms. Now, that wording is something that we need to work away from. Men do not give women orgasms. You are not walking around with a pocket full of orgasms. You don't have a room dedicated to the storage of your orgasms that you give women. You don't have any access to a woman's orgasm without the woman being there, which means women have the orgasms. Maybe that's why women don't want to have sex with you. You seem to be confused about what you're supposed to be doing. Oh, boys. Thank you, Ritus. Oh, my dearest Ritus. Ritus, you are the golden thread in the tapestry whose color brightly shines. Although you may not be able to see the pattern or your place in the grand design. I admire so much that you are the kind of person who, although you don't know all the steps, will always join in the dance. Also, Ritus, I realized how much I love you because I matched with this guy on Tinder. He's so hot. Oh my God, he's so hot. He's so crazy hot. He's an idiot. He's real dumb. He's very stupid. And he's rude. And I hate him. And I hate him so much, I was like doing my hair and makeup today and I was like, I love Ritus. I love Ritus so much. Ritus is the kind of person that if you send Ritus a photo of yourself and you say, I'm very proud of how I took this photo, Ritus listens to you and says, yes, I am noticing the composition of this photo and I am noticing why you would feel proud in the very makeup of this piece of art. It is incredible to be seen by a man. It is so wonderful. Oh God, Ritus, you are a tree among shrubs. You're truly a tree among shrubs. You can change your Discord name. It shouldn't be honorary e-girl anymore. It's a tree amongst shrubs. Oh, it makes me so happy. So I matched with this guy on Tinder. He's a photographer. No, Ritus, that's the thing. Ritus, I don't just love you because you have a passion for photography. This man is a photographer. This man's a professional photographer. And when I sent him my photos, do you know what he said? I don't even remember because it wasn't complimentary. It was kind of rude even almost. Yeah, he's a professional photographer. and I sent him a few of my photos, and he was kind of rude. And I told him, I was like, oh, you didn't even compliment me. That's an interesting choice when a woman is choosing to share photos of herself looking sexy with you. I mean, I charge people money for these pictures, and I was sending them to him for free, and I guess I'm a narcissist because normally when I send men these photos, there's a little bit of a humana, awooga, baby. I love it. It's fun. It's great. That's what I'm going for. That's why my tits and ass are out. That's why I'm smiling seductively at you. I'm looking for the humana, awooga, big bad wolf pounding the table reaction, boys. So, for a photographer to be like, very nice. I think he said very nice. I don't like those words. I don't like those words, very nice. Everyone should aspire to be hot, especially men. Most of the world's problems would disappear if everyone was just fucking sexy. There is a sexy version of you that you are afraid to unleash because the reality is it would make other people around you uncomfortable, and you don't want to do that because you are a nice person, and that's actually part of what makes you sexy. It just sucks because if genuinely nice people stepped more into their aggressive sexiness, it would inspire other genuinely nice people to step more into their aggressive sexiness. And then it wouldn't just be me being aggressively sexy, it would be a lot of other good people too. You know there's a hot version of you. There's a version of you with a haircut that makes you look fucking incredible. There's a version of you that wears clothes that you wished you could always wear. Absolutely, these are true. But also, that version of you would take hours of effort to achieve every single day. And are you willing to put hours of effort into yourself every single day? Most of us aren't. The only hours that most of us put into ourselves is spent playing video games. So it's not like there isn't time. Oh, I think I found the haircut, but I still gotta find the correlating confidence. That just takes time. You don't actually have to do anything to build confidence. You just have to keep existing like somebody who knows they are worthy of confidence in the future. And then all of a sudden you'll wake up one morning and be like, wait a minute, am I in the future? Because suddenly I feel kind of confident. It'll just happen for a moment. It'll be like a firework going off. And then somebody's gonna talk to you or look at you, or you'll catch a bad angle of yourself in the mirror and you'll go, oh, the confidence is gone. That must have just been a fleeting moment of mental illness. It's not! It's not! It's confidence! It's confidence and you deserve it! Are those abs or just belly fat? You know what's incredible? Muscle and fat can exist on a body together. And when you have muscles with a layer of fat over top, you are often biologically female. And I know that I've been saying a lot of crazy shit today. I've been really laying it on thick with the outrageous, pontification. But I'm gonna remind you of the craziest thing you've ever fucking heard. I am a woman. I am biologically a woman. Under these tight pink sweatpants, if you were just literally using your bare hands to tear through the ass and crotch of these sweatpants, you would see literally the most beautiful pussy. I didn't know that it was possible for my pussy to get more beautiful, but the more I've been doing PTSD yoga with Adrienne, the more my hips have become aligned and flexible, and it's literally tightened and smooth. I was like, wow, I am Benjamin Buttoning, and I literally feel like my pussy looked older when I was in my 20s. And I think it has to do with holding stress in my pelvis, where those big, thick, connecting nerves. We have tons of neurons in our brains, many different types of neurons in our brains, mirror neurons, connective neurons. Oh my God, they make us so smart. It's incredible. It's lovely. We also have very, very thick, sensitive nerves. And the largest and thickest cluster of those nerves is kind of in our pelvis, which is also the sort of root of a lot of tension that we hold. Your cock might be bigger than you think if you lose weight and you work on your posture. And that's not just an e-girl trying to get your money or your cock hard. That might actually be the fucking truth. Yes! Yes! I have noticed that my tits are rounder and perkier because I am standing up straighter. Because my muscles and the fat of my body are sitting a little bit more naturally. And looking more natural is sexy. It really is. Boys, don't just work on your posture so that you can look confident walking down the street. Work on your posture so that your cock can look confident railing down my... Never mind, I'm not finishing that sentence. Okay, you can use your imagination. We know where it's going. We know where it's going. I'm convinced. Take my money. You can subscribe now, my friends. If you've been listening to me and if you've laughed out loud, and I mean literally laughed out loud, not just like breathed heavily through your nose, you must subscribe. You know you have to. Mostly because it'll make you feel good to engage in reciprocity. I made you laugh. You can give me $5. It'll really tick off people who hate me, and that's a benefit for all of us. Because fuck those people, right? Work on your posture, boys. Please work on your posture. You look mad good as is. No complaints here. It is wild to me. I actually have caught myself, like, I got dumped. I got dumped so hard at the beginning of this month, at the end of last year, beginning of this month. I got dumped so hard. And yet, I've never felt more confident or clear-headed in my life. Normally, going through that experience would literally fucking derail me in a devastating way for like maybe even years at a time. But doing the PTSD yoga with Adrienne, reading the books about mental health, about neurobiology, about emotional maturity, reading these books is literally giving myself the time to process the grief, turn it into something useful, come onto stream and share it with you in a way that not only releases the emotions I've had pent up, but also make me feel good about stirring up your emotions too. You guys have no idea how it's like literally the goal of every single person on this planet to be able to open their mouth, speak their feelings, and have somebody say, I know exactly what you're talking about. And what's awful, somebody mentioned this yesterday in the stream, they said, when men open their mouths and talk about their feelings, they're often met with, shut up, man up, don't tell me this, I don't want to hear this, or that's not very attractive. And the truth is, everyone is told that when they open their mouths and talk about their feelings. That's why it feels so fucking good for anyone, at any point, any time, to say, whoa, I actually know what you're talking about. I know those feelings. I felt those feelings. It is literally the thing between life and death for us as human beings. And it sounds crazy, but if you start Twitch streaming and you create a community that wants to listen to you talk, you increase the chances of actually being heard. But so many of us are so afraid of being heard by the wrong people. That's who we think about when we get on stream. And the truth is, the wrong people are listening to me. They are listening to me be vulnerable and authentic and talk about my insecurities and the ways that I can be taken advantage of. And it scares me. And it scares me. I am giving fuel to the fire of the people who want to tear me down. And that does make me feel like I don't want to talk about it, and I don't want to bring it up, and I don't want to share it, and there's no value in it, and they're just going to make me feel small and awful. And holding on to those feelings has made some of the most important people in my life feel sad and small too. And that's cowardice. What I'm describing is cowardice. If you are so afraid that the wrong people are going to take advantage of you, you are being a fucking coward to yourself. You deserve to be brave enough to yourself to speak your truth, to talk about your feelings, to give yourself time to process, and to be able to share it with people who may or may not understand. But you gotta keep rolling that dice. You gotta keep spinning that fucking roulette wheel. You just gotta. You don't deserve to let yourself down. There is an untarnished version of yourself that is inside of you that deserves to be let out, and you know it's in there. And you're afraid to embrace that person because it's gonna take a lot of work and you're gonna feel like shit. You're gonna feel like shit because you're gonna have to dig yourself out of the dark place that that person has had to hide to survive. Raver Vibe says, this is the definition of a very conceited person. That hurts. I feel it in my face. It's like you stabbed me in the face. It feels like that comment stabbed me in the face, right here. And it feels that way because I'm showing you my face, and I'm also describing the most difficult experiences of my life, my feelings. And you stabbed me in the face with it. It is not conceited to express your emotions. I feel so angry at that person. I want to rage at them. I want to scream and belittle them. I want to tear them down. But that person is probably not in tune with themselves and probably not in a good place themselves. And we should shed tears for them rather than foam at the mouth. Oh, he's making fun of all the makeup that I am wearing a fuck ton of makeup. You know what? There is an untarnished version of himself. At least he still has his fucking mental faculties. At least he could. Yes, I am wearing a fuck ton of makeup. Absolutely. Thank God he said that. It let me laugh and it made me let go of. Yeah. Yes, you can always tell when somebody starts with imagine and then they say something. It's like, I actually use my imagination to put all the men who have ever wanted to fuck me in the same room with you. That's actually what I use my imagination for. I imagine the tens and thousands of men who have masturbated to me, desired me, fallen a little bit in love with me, even just had a crush on me, been a little bit infatuated. All of them are in the same room as you, and you just said that to me. And you made me lose my beautiful, sexy smile with all those men in the room. Now that wouldn't be a smart thing for you to do. Wouldn't recommend it. Sorry, I'm psychotic, but I have to deal with psychotic people, so only natural. Oh, moderators, that person needs to be banned. Yeah, that person needs to be banned. There's a lot of really stupid, vile people on the internet, isn't there? Yeah, there are. But you know what's interesting? It's okay. We can just let go of the nastiness and flush it down the toilet like it belongs. We don't need to dwell on it. I like your top, queen. Can I give you some top too? I would love to be topped. The difficulty is that most of you can't keep up with me, so I'm probably going to end up on top no matter what. It honestly hurts them more to feel sorry for them than to be angry at them. They expect anger. Use kindness to confuse the fuck out of them. I look really cute when I'm pensive as well. I don't really give a fuck about those people. My feelings, my expression of my emotion is just to turn you on. Came to the wrong neighborhood. I still don't accept they aren't in a good place themselves as an excuse. No one is in a good place. Nobody is in a good place. If your ability to be a kind person is based on environmental circumstances, then you are not intrinsically a good person. It's as simple as that. I'm sorry. Anne Frank did not fill her fucking diary full of nasty excuses. She was in the worst place imaginable. She somehow found the ability to be a positive person in the worst circumstances imaginable. I know this sounds very narcissistic. This is classic narcissism that I am saying. I will address it because I have no problem acknowledging my own faults. This type of narcissism that I am exhibiting right now is maybe like self-righteous narcissism. There's a right way and a wrong way to exist. If you're sad in your environment and you're being nasty to other people, you're a garbage narcissist person is wrong. I was wrong to say that. Oops, I overstepped. I was thinking too black and white. God damn it, Viking. I need you to read these books so that you don't draw me into your black and white thinking and make me misstep. Okay, you're allowed to be a shitty person if your environment is shitty. That is true. That's, of course, true. There's a right way and a wrong way. I'm disgusted by the people who do not understand that. I work hard. I save money. I maintain tradition. I don't have time or patience for people who cannot live in a responsible way. This is not appropriate. Self-righteous narcissists are hyper-moralistic, judgmental, coldly loyal, extremely rigid, and almost black and white in their worldview and belief systems. Yes, it is very black and white to say, if you can't be... Wait, what did I just say? I need to revoke it. Yeah. Their grandiosity is related to their almost delusional belief that they know better than anyone, and they truly believe that their opinions, work, and their lifestyle are superior to others. They imperiously, what's this? imperiously. Imperiously, like the empire? Like rigid royalty, like by divine right, imperiously? They imperiously stand above people and have contempt for them. They mock everything from their food choice to lifestyle habits to their partner choices to careers. They expect an almost robotic obedience to their beliefs and devalue emotion, human frailty, mistakes, and even joy. There are also communal narcissists. These are the Twitch streamers who love to make a big fucking deal about their charity streams. I'm saving the world, says the communal narcissist. I'm a humanitarian who understands real people and real issues. And frankly, I get tired of people complaining about their lives when there are so many struggles out there. And they could be saving the world too. I need people to see all the good I'm doing. And I know that people who don't notice it are just jealous that their small lives don't do any good for anyone. Typically, narcissistic people get their validation and other narcissistic needs by focusing on themselves. I'm so rich, I'm so attractive, I'm such a great person, I'm so smart. But the communal narcissistic folk get those same narcissistic needs met in a collective way, resulting in the grandiose identity based on what they do for others. I'm so giving. I always put others first. I am kind of this person. My mother was this person. I am definitely kind of this person. I was calling out Twitch streamers earlier who do charity streams. I don't even do charity streams because I'm so afraid that you're going to see me for this person. I don't even trust myself to do a fucking charity stream because I know I'm going to do it and turn into this fucking person, and you're all going to see my mask slip and you're going to be like, look at her, she's a fucking narcissist. At least those Twitch streamers are actually raising money for charities. I did like 2 charity streams in my entire life, and I was like, no, I can never do this again. They participate in activities that seem generous, like raising money, volunteering, organizing fundraising galas, going on humanitarian trips, helping a neighbor, or even just proclaiming positivity on social media. Oh God, I've done all this too. But the behavior is designed to allow them to maintain a grandiose sense of themselves and a saintly person, and to receive validation for that. Their do-gooding can range from small ticket actions, such as going to a beach cleanup, or large nonprofit foundations. Regardless of how they do their humanitarian deeds, they make sure the world knows how much good they're doing, drink up the praise and the recognition they receive, and they get indignant if it doesn't come. Communal narcissists also occupy spiritual and culty spaces where they can pontificate about self-improvement and positivity, such as religions, New Age, yoga communities, Twitch communities, where abuse and shame are used to control anyone who opposes the narrative or goes against the charismatic communal leader. Growing up with a communal narcissistic parent meant hearing that your parent was a pillar of the community while enduring their disinterest and even anger behind closed doors. Ugh! I hate it. I hate it because I recognize myself in that. That's me. I recognize it. You don't need to say it, chat. I'll get there first. I'll tell you. That's me. That's absolutely me. I love focusing on other... Welcome back, Sweek. Thank you. I love focusing on other people's problems in a way to deflect and distract people from how fucked up I am myself. Absolutely. Yes, and my mother did the same thing. My mother was like hardcore, worked so much all the time, and then would actually come home and say to me and my brother, I've taken on too much extra work. I am going to have no patience for you. And she would kind of use that as a justification to neglect her children. Sucked. It sucked. It sucked. It sucked. It wasn't good. But it also made me highly independent. So I like being highly independent. I can't deny that. But it did suck as a kid to be like, you can't rely on your mom. You can't rely on your dad. You need to learn how to rely on yourself. You must learn how to rely on yourself. That's all you get, girl. You get yourself. Yeah. Such a pretty outfit. Thanks, friend. I picked it out myself. Cultivated it myself. Put it on myself. Oh, hold on. Let me get my pillows just the way I like them. There we go. That is a very tough way to come up. This book is insanely well written. I was reading this morning, and I thought I was gonna die. I actually thought I was gonna die from reading this because I can't live with it. I actually can't live with it. And that's what going to therapy is, and that's what like talking about my feelings is about. That's what reading this is about. This is the truth. I literally feel like I can't live with this. The grief of narcissistic abuse is consistent with something called disenfranchised grief, which is grief that is not acknowledged by others or even socially sanctioned and supported as a loss or grief experience. Imagine someone close to you dies and the people around you deny that that person is dead and say that there is no need for you to be upset. It would be unsettling to say the least. But that approximates the experience of a person who is enduring narcissistic abuse or at the end of a narcissistic relationship. People may deny that you are experiencing a loss, especially if you do not end up leaving the relationship. The ambiguity, the marginalization of your grief experience, or just hearing that you are simply having relationship problems only magnifies the experience of shame, grief, guilt, and self-blame. Because the people around you may not recognize what you're experiencing as grief, you may feel completely alone. And that's a huge part of it that is difficult to deal with, because it not only magnifies the neglect that I experienced in my childhood, which is that I need to just deal with this on my own. It sort of takes that magnification of that neglect and forces me to accept it as a rule of truth. That, like, I cannot expect people to understand that, like, being on the receiving end of narcissistic abuse creates such an intense feeling of grief. It literally disenfranchises you from humanity. Yeah. And then you have people who are taking pot shots. You have strangers on the internet who are safe behind their anonymity, taking shots at me, and this guy's trying to stab me in the face again. He said, "This all sounds like a lot to cope with for a narcissist themselves." As beautiful as I am, as attracted to me as you are, that does not make me a narcissist. Narcissists are incapable of engaging in the thoughtful self-reflection that I have exemplified over years of Twitch streaming. Your comment is rude, inappropriate, and insults everyone who had to listen to your vile, repulsive words. You do not get to pass go. You do not get to collect $200. Feels good. It feels good to be able to feel. Oh my God, feels good to be able to feel. That was a great feeling. Expressing that felt great. Such a pretty outfit. Harry John, only a narcissist would call themselves out as a narcissist before anyone else can. No. I mean, yes and no. A narcissist would never admit that they are. That's obviously not something that they would be able to do. A narcissist would never be able to read this book and go, "Oh my God, I recognize myself. I can hear the echoes of my own words in these, and I can recognize that I have narcissistic traits." Absolutely. Just because I have narcissistic traits, that just makes me a human being. That does not make me a narcissist. The people who are trying to degrade me, insult me, they're probably narcissists, and that's why they're reacting so vitriolically towards, like, in their eyes, a girl just sitting here talking. I feel like they're really calling themselves out, acting offended, and trying to project onto me. I'm literally just sitting here. You decided to click on my stream, which means I'm doing something right, and you're doing nothing right. Oh, that must suck for you. Lunchbox, would you like to add anything to this, or are you just... You can't keep up, obviously. You just tried to take a shot at somebody who's living a better life than you from the shadows. You tried to take a shot at them. And now you're just gonna be quiet? That's it? You don't want to say anything else? That's interesting. It's like your confidence was as real as your observation. No one should be allowed to fully understand what you're going through, as that could be used against you. No one is fully aware of everything that anyone is going through. I'm just incredibly candid and articulate. I don't think anyone else should do the things that I'm doing, but I don't think I should stop doing what I'm doing because nobody else can do it. Ooh, you just got that queen energy. Yeah, really brings out the peasant in people, doesn't it? Oh, it's time for your break. How and why are you an invader? And how can I please get invaded? Ponder these questions, ponder these, and I shall return to you, I promise. There's a hair in my mouth. There is a hair in my mouth. Oh my god. Aha, I got you, you fucker. Okay, I got it out. Hello. Hello. What was the one toy that you didn't get for Christmas that you always wanted? What was that toy? What was the thing that you wanted that your parents never got you? What did I think I wanted a dollhouse. I did end up getting like a little one that could sort of like fold open. So I feel like I kind of got that because I really liked that dollhouse. When I was little, growing up playing with Barbies and my dolls, there was a day where my mom was doing work at the dining room table and I was playing in the living room next to the dining room. And my Barbie had gotten married and had a kid because that's what Barbies do. And her husband, Ken, was an airline pilot. And Barbie got a call one day because I didn't want to play with Ken anymore. I think I didn't really like father figures. I wonder why. Barbie got a call one day and they told her, so I'm playing as a little girl. My mother's listening to me in the other room. Play this out. Say, Barbie on the phone gets a phone call and the phone call says, Barbie, this is the airline calling. There was a terrible accident on landing with Ken's plane. And my mother interrupted me playing. My mother interrupted me and was like, are you about to kill Ken? She's just like, V, are you about to kill Ken off? Is Barbie about to lose Ken? And I was like, no, Mom, just wait. She's getting further into the conversation. His leg is broken. He did a heroic landing without any gear. And he saved everyone and his leg is broken. And then I had to like take fucking Kleenex and tape up Ken's fucking leg and like jam him in the corner of the fold up dollhouse and be like, okay, he's convalescing because Barbie needs to raise her kid now. I just wanted Barbie to be a single mother. It's probably because I wish my mother was a single mother and didn't make me fucking spend time with a weird alcoholic hoarder who just liked to scream in the face of his small child daughter. Yeah, imagine not loving that dynamic growing up. Such a tragic backstory for the kids. Do you have a warrant for those thighs, ma'am? Yo, every time I see the cops, I truly believe I'm like, they're here for me. They're locking me up because they aren't police officers. It actually terrifies me. I know that I'm joking, but I have a Tinder profile. I am on Tinder. And cops are on Tinder. Number one, cops cheat on their fucking wives like crazy. I don't know why. I don't make the rules. But cops cheat on their fucking wives like crazy. Number two. These, like, I hate it. I mostly hide my location because I don't really like that people get my location. But now every time I see cops, I'm like, do you recognize me from Tinder? Are you looking at me right now? And you're like, yo, it's that girl from Tinder. Yeah, it's that V girl from Tinder. You have a good sense of humor. I thought I was going to be ugly. I wasn't like super hot in high school, so I thought I very clearly remember thinking in high school, wow, I'm not like the prettiest out of all of my friends. I better develop a personality or two or three. I like your style, Invader. Thank you, Xander Zones. Thank you, Xander Zones. I like your username. I wish I could find you on Tinder. It's for what why? So you can swipe right on me and then I'll swipe left on you? I mean, like, what has my experience with Tinder been like so far? I did a bad thing. I'm a mean, selfish person. I am a mean, selfish person. I can admit it. I'm not going to try to sugarcoat it. I'm also not going to excuse my behavior. This morning, I unmatched the guy that I went on a date with this weekend. I unmatched him. There's no point in saying anything if you unmatch because it deletes your conversation on their end as well. One of the first things that he told me when we sat down for our date was that he got banned off of Hinge. And I was like, oh, I got banned off of Hinge too. They thought that I was impersonating InvaderVie. They banned me because, I think, you guys, this is so embarrassing, but like because all of my pictures from Hinge are me wearing a fuck ton of makeup. When I did the facial recognition AI scan, because I wasn't wearing a fuck ton of makeup, it was like, you're not the same person, which is fair. Your face does look very different when you're wearing this much makeup versus zero makeup. It like literally changes the composition of your face. So I did the facial scan again, wearing this much makeup, which matches the level of makeup that I'm wearing in all my photos that I'm using of myself. And I got my Hinge profile back. Good, excellent, fine, great. But he told me that he got banned off of Hinge because he matched with a woman who wanted to have children. He doesn't want to have kids. Him and the woman decided that's totally fine. We're kind of clicking anyways, even though we disagree on this one value. And they spent 3 weeks hanging out. And then he told me that she got unhappy and then reported him for... He said a couple of things, but the one that jumped out at me, because it's one of my like huge red flag triggers, is that she reported him for showing up where he doesn't belong. That's a very specific thing to report somebody for. It's a very clear indication that that person is acting on inappropriate desires, acting beyond appropriate boundaries. So he told me this, and I was like, I really dislike when I get stories of like, bitches be crazy, right? Because men and women can be narcissists. Men and women can be narcissists. It's not just men, it's not just women. I really dislike it when men give me that, like, you know, bitches be crazy thing. I think it speaks volumes if a man is able to be like, we started hanging out because we clicked, but she wanted kids and I didn't, and she felt like I was leading her on. I guess in a way I kind of was. I knew she didn't want kids. I knew I didn't want a relationship. I probably shouldn't have like encouraged us to hang out. And I tried to say that to him, and he wasn't really listening to me. So every time I opened our Tinder match conversation, the last thing he said to me was him being like, hey, I would love to see you again. Let me know if you're free on Tuesday or Thursday. And with what he said, I was like, it doesn't matter if I'm free or not. Like, I don't want to see you anymore. I realized that every time I opened the conversation, I got really scared, because whether he intended to or not, he planted the seed in my mind that he's going to show up where he doesn't belong. And that scares me. I grew up without a supportive family system. I am very reactive to small fears. And every time I opened the conversation, I was like, I really cannot find the right words to tell him no. Because I guess I'm just being crazy. I feel like he's not going to take no for an answer. I don't know why. I just feel like he's not going to take no for an answer, so I was so afraid to tell him no. So I just unmatched him. But guess who I found in my Instagram DMs while I was on break just now? He Instagram DM'd me, and it's a nice Instagram DM. He's not like yelling at me. He's not like, he's not being rude. He's not degrading me. But also, I unmatched you on Tinder. What are you doing in my Instagram DMs? You don't belong in my Instagram DMs if I've unmatched you on Tinder. That's not where he belongs, right? Am I right to feel that way? I actually feel like I'm going crazy. Is he doing the right thing because I'm a coward who couldn't face him? And is he just giving me an opportunity to be a better person? Or is he appearing where he doesn't belong and I've communicated to him that I'm no longer interested? I really have no idea. Sorry, I'm not gonna cry, but I might cry because when you're gaslit for a long time, it really makes it difficult for you to even understand what is normal. What is normal? Should I be terrified that he DM'd me? That's probably a huge overreaction. Maybe I don't need to be terrified just yet. Okay, let's read some comments. Let's crowdsource some opinions, people. Oh, no, don't type too fast. Men really need to learn to honor women more, shaking my head. If you don't want the same thing in the future, you shouldn't trick yourselves into trying to make something work. That feels like a predatory, supply, narcissistic relationship. Well, let's see what we can get from each other in the interim is not how you want to build a relationship. Are you aware of the legality for thighs and hips, such as the ones you wield? Darth Tortle, great username by the way, Darth Tortle. Somebody messaged me on Instagram. Let's think of happier Instagram DMs. It's so funny that his kind Instagram DM is causing me an insane amount of panic and fear. And like this other Instagram DM where this guy said that I have a disrespectful ass and thighs and that his girlfriend dumped him because she was giving him sexual pleasures while he was watching my stream feels like I'm so fucked up, right? Where I'm like, that message delights me and entertains me. And then this guy that I matched with on Tinder and went on a date with and I unmatched with DMing me on Instagram fills me with fucking terror. Absolute terror. No, you're not wrong. No, absolutely you're right. He is actually doing the red flag that you were afraid of. It seems like that report on him wasn't wrong. And then this new first-time chatter says it depends on what his message was. His message, so I just read it. It wasn't very long. I can read it again to you if you want, but I also don't want to open it right now because that feels scary to me, so I'm not going to. His message was kind, I think. His message was very much like, it was nice to chat with you or see you. I hope the best for you. He was not asking for an explanation. He wasn't mad at me. He wasn't being rude. But he was speaking in a way as if to imply that if I don't respond to him, I'm rude. And I'm ghosting him and leaving him on red. Even though I feel like I matched with him, I chatted with him, I met up with him, I put on a nice outfit, I did my makeup nice, like, we had a good time. It was nice talking with him, but I definitely didn't want to talk with him ever again. And then so I unmatched him after the date. Because I didn't feel like I was a match for him. And to be honest, I feel overwhelmed at the idea of trying to explain to him why I don't want to match with him. And so I just kind of dissociated this morning a little bit and unmatched him. And I can't tell if I owe him an explanation or if I did the right thing by just unmatching him after the date. You're on a public app. He has the right to reach out to you for an explanation, just like you have the right to block him. Buford. That's very true. You know what? That's very true. I don't need to feel afraid. I don't need to feel like I don't have agency in this situation. I made a decision. He made a decision. He didn't violate me. He's not doing anything wrong. You're absolutely correct. He's not behaving like a scary predator. He's just making a decision. That decision doesn't feel good to me, but that doesn't automatically make him a monster. Okay, I'm overreacting a little bit. I'm pretty sure he knows now from here on it's basically stalking. I don't know. I mean, you might be right, actually. You might be right. If he messages me again tomorrow. But then, okay, so this is, you guys, I have a lot of difficulty with this because there's lots of people who just talk to me a lot. Romani Dursavula describes that as hovering. Hovering is something that narcissists do. It's also what people try to do in chat with usernames like PayPig. Or when they DM you with like usernames like PayPig, that's called hovering. They're not actually coming in for a landing and giving you something. What they're doing is sort of just like hovering above the idea of action. Yeah. So like, he's not, you guys, this is the problem though. We went to a restaurant near my house and then I let him walk me home. He knows where I live. He knows where I live, but then also, if he ever shows up here, that is obviously inappropriate. He is taking many bad actions. So it's good that I know that. It's not good that I did that. I probably won't do that again. It feels like emotional fishing, though. That's a wonderful way of putting it. It does feel like emotional fishing. It's emotional baiting. He's baiting. That's narcissists bait you. Narcissists bait you. They'll say or they'll do something to try to get you to respond. And bait is often a good, delicious thing. It's often something that you should want to accept. But you're right, it's on a hook. And the hook is that I have to respond to him. Trust your gut. Girl, he doesn't need an explanation. Katie, I agree. He doesn't need an explanation. While we were on the date, I did express to him that I didn't enjoy the way that he was conversing with me. I had to tell him that I felt like he was straw-manning me instead of actually talking about his feelings, which was explicitly what I asked him to do. You don't owe him anything. Okay. He just wants you to respond so he can try to convince you to go out with you again. Yeah, that's true. Did he give off creepy vibes on the date? He didn't mean to. He really didn't mean to. Which makes me feel like I shouldn't say that he did, because I can recognize as a mindful individual his intention was not to come across as a creep, but unfortunately I think he might have unintentionally come across as a creep. His story about getting banned from Hinge had red flags. I'm very sensitive to the words showing up where I don't belong, because I've had men show up where they don't belong before, and it makes me feel deeply unsafe. So it was a red flag. That was a red flag. He also called me sweetie numerous times. He called me sweetie numerous times in our DMs, and I don't like that. That sort of overly familiar, cutesy, dehumanizing language doesn't feel appropriate with somebody that you haven't met face to face. Giving those types of nicknames doesn't feel nice. He also is a self-proclaimed laid-back guy. He was telling me how his name is Ray, his full name obviously being Raymond. I'm using pseudonyms, these are not his real names. He then told me how he's worked at this job for many, many years, and everyone calls him Raymond, even though he would much prefer being called Ray. He told me how it bothered him that nobody called him by the name that he preferred. I don't think he was trying to come across as a narcissist, but it did kind of sound like the narcissistic, oh, poor me, my life is so hard, you should pity me because I can never get the things that I want in life. The vulnerable narcissist. I am every bit as smart as those stand-up types, but I didn't have the connections or daddy's money to get ahead. I'm not wasting my time in college or working some BS job for an incompetent. I would rather do nothing than work for an Ivy League a-hole. So, like, this isn't what he was saying, but it feels similar, this, like, vulnerability of, like, oh, like, I like my job, but everybody kind of sucks because they won't even call me by my name that I prefer. And that feels like him telling me that to get sympathy from me. But what, unfortunately, I'm seeing is there seems to be a lack of problem solving, a difficulty in communication, and an overall disconnect from an individualism. These things are strange. These things didn't feel... I was like, why are you telling me this? What am I supposed to get from this other than, like, I'm supposed to feel bad for you? That everyone calls you Raymond instead of Ray? The difficulty is that I love the name Raymond. I loved it. I was, like, so excited because I was like, oh, I love the name Raymond. I love the name Raymond. I love it. And then so for him to even be like, I hate being called Raymond, I was like, well, that fucking sucks because I don't really want to call you Ray. I don't like it as much. I would have insisted on getting an Uber home if I felt uncomfortable. I had a drink. I was drinking. I had like plum wine, and I didn't eat a lot like on the date because I don't like eating in front of people. It makes me nervous to eat in front of people. I'm afraid that while I'm eating, they're gonna attack me because that's kind of what happened throughout my whole childhood. So I didn't eat a lot, but then I was nervous and I wanted to drink. So then I had a plum wine, and then he was like, let's have some sake. And so we got sake as well. And then I like drank all my fucking sake, and then I was kind of drunk. And then I was feeling like really relaxed, which is, I need to take better care of myself. That was bad for me. How dare he sully the name of our Captain Raymond Holt? Exactly, it's a heroic name. He literally has a genuine hero's name. You were afraid of being attacked during eating? Yes. Literally, like, unfortunately, my dad would, like, take any opportunity to just be like, your whore of a mother is such a bitch. And it's like, dude, I'm literally just trying to eat ravioli. I'm just trying to eat ravioli. And for children, their sense of identity is so wrapped up in their mother, or so wrapped up in the like loving parent that they have, especially when the other parent is so intensely rejecting and vitriolic and aggressive. I would literally just be like, dude, I'm trying to eat a grilled cheese. Like, I'm 7 years old and I'm trying to eat a grilled cheese, and I don't want to hear about what a dumb, selfish whore my mother is. I just want to eat my grilled cheese, dude. I just want to eat my grilled cheese. So it's very difficult for me to be able to trust. Even last year, if you guys want to go back in the VODs, you can find me telling this story. Because it's the truth. Because I'm not triangulating. Because I'm not a narcissist. Because I have an objective view of my life, absolutely. I was invited over to Stretch's house, my friends with benefits, who's been a friend of mine since we were children. He invited me over to his house for wine and cheese before we went to a play together with his brother and his brother's girlfriend, a double date. I felt so nervous, but Stretch encouraged me to eat. Come on, V, have some cheese. Drink some wine. And like a nightmare out of my childhood, the minute the cheese was in my mouth, Stretch's roommate walked into the room, looked at me, looked at them, and said, I didn't know we were having people over. And it felt awful because it was just me there. It was just me and the people who had been in her bubble during the pandemic. I was people. She dehumanized me. She looked at me as an individual person, and she called me fucking people. And with the food in my mouth, surrounded in the home that I was invited into, the man, the adult man who was the architect of that entire situation, looked down and away. It wasn't his problem. What does he care? He can't empathize with the position of being called people. He couldn't empathize because he's a narcissist. He doesn't have the neuro ability. He doesn't have the biological function of empathy because he is a narcissist. Narcissists are often cowards. Why would they stand up for anyone else? And being a victim of so that was narcissistic abuse. He invited me into his home. He promised me safety and welcome. He gave me food, encouraged me to relax, feel at home, nourish myself even. And then when I was attacked, in the moment where he needed to step up and be a man, he did not. He did not. Do not be like that man. Do not be a fucking coward like that man. Good God, don't be that man. Oof. Oh, I don't believe in star signs. Oh my gosh. Just date a Capricorn, man. Wait, are Capricorn water signs? No water signs. Never a water sign. Cause for Concern says, my dad was a librarian. Oh. I mean, unfortunately, librarians can be assholes too. There's no employment sticker that you can get that makes you a good person. That's so fucked up. Your father should never have said those things to you, no matter the situation. No, he definitely should have. It was child abuse. He was abusing me as a child. And that sucks. That sucks. That sucks. I hope you were not raised the way that I was. Oh God, I just realized I have similar PTSD. It's actually CPTSD. Post-traumatic stress disorder is characterized by experiencing a traumatic event and having a physiological, mental, neurobiological response to it after the fact. There is something more intense and something more complicated than just having a post-traumatic stress response disorder in your life, and it's complex post-traumatic stress disorder. This is exhibited in children raised in abusive households, people who have been forced into concentration camps, child soldiers, victims of human trafficking. Because CPTSD is not just about being in a car accident or being in an abusive relationship. It is about the mental, physical, and psychological toll that long-term abuse enacts on a human being. Yeah. Ooh, you guys, this is the most intense and real stuff that people can deal with. Individually, I mean, people have dealt with lots of big things in humanity, but like individually, this is the like root of suffering of humanity individually. Whew. This is a terrible experience. It was terrible. It actually feels amazing to be able to talk about it with you though, because we were talking earlier about how insanely rare it is for somebody to speak about these experiences and for somebody like you to have that response. That this simple act of me speaking the truth and your ability to resonate with it is a miracle. It is literally a miracle in 2024 on Twitch in just chatting. It is a miracle. It is not something that happens every day. It is not something that we will all get to experience, but it is a miracle that you and I are making happen, and I love it. It's literally worth living for. It is the difference between life and death. I feel like food and alcohol are those things that you only need to ask once if they want one of those. But it was really interesting that like they wanted me to eat, even though I was like, I mean, there's food here and I'm choosing not to eat it. And then they were like, no, you have to eat. I guess it was to make them feel good. I'm not a water sign. That's good. There's nothing wrong with water signs, you guys. I haven't said this as Rightus, but during the trip I was so relieved when we all went to the Turkish restaurant and you ate food too. Yeah. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so the poor fries. Yeah, when we were on the so it's called restrictive avoidant intake disorder. It's an eating disorder, but then like going on stream and saying that you have an eating disorder is, oh wait, we're back in 2024. Oh, sorry, it's 2025. Sorry, it's 2025. I'm sorry. The dementia, you guys, the dementia's coming for me already. Jesus. I feel like you're allowed to forget that it's the new year for the first couple months. Maybe the first like 6 weeks. Sorry, I said it was 2024. It's 2025. I still had the best week of my life, but I wish you could have had a more fun time too. But Rightus, the truth is I had as much fun as I was able to have. And the next time we hang out, I will have as much fun as I'm able to have that time. And it'll probably be more than the first time, because that's usually how it goes, right? Yeah. Yeah, moral injury, others. What are those, pardon? Why are girls so much into signs and stones? Feels like some sort of cope. I love that this guy is so fucking brain dead that he's not even able to put the connection together that a man in chat asked me about star signs. I didn't bring it up individually myself, nor have I mentioned crystals once. Stupid person has stupid thought. More at 11. Anyways, moving on from that idiot. Yeah, were you attacked physically? It is never appropriate to ask anyone specific questions about their abuse. Not even therapists will do that. It is always inappropriate to ask for specific details of abuse. The only appropriate response is to accept the information, let it resonate with you, and then talk about your own feelings. Yeah. Nice boots. Oh my god, they're so comfy and I love them. Yeah. Quadrian? Did I say your name right? Am I saying it wrong? Quadarian, maybe? Yeah, I think that A in the middle deserves its own inflection. I'm honestly into crystals and star signs. I'm very serious about protecting my peace. If it brings me drama, it has to go. Anytime any moronic, worthless loser opens their disgusting, vile mouth and starts to try to shit on pattern recognition, like humans enjoying pattern recognition is so fucking stupid. Are you actually asking the greatest pattern recognition machines on the planet why they enjoy pattern recognition? How stupid can you fucking be? I'm astounded and amazed and humbled every day at how stupid you guys can be. Wow. Hello, looking mighty cute today. Thanks, friend. I'm feeling so angry and repulsive, though, so thanks for not being too repulsed by me, friends. Yeah, don't make someone self-reflect on something traumatizing. Yeah. They are the coziest looking boots. I really like them. It's why I have 3 pairs of them in different colors. Do you have a favorite book or writer for psychology and slash philosophy? Psychology has nothing to do with philosophy. I would recommend Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents by Lindsay Gibson, PhD. I would recommend The Body Keeps the Score by Bessel van der Kolk, MD. I would recommend It's Not You, Identifying and Healing from Narcissistic People by Ramani Dorsavula, PhD. I would also recommend Run Towards the Danger by Sarah Polley, even though I haven't read that one yet. I'm going to. It's on my list. Many people lack the ability to reflect, and they will never develop it throughout their entire lives, and it is a genuine fucking shame, because we all have to deal with their shortcomings. And it's exhausting. Sorry, you mentioned something about being attacked. I retract my question respectfully. Thank you for understanding. It takes a big-hearted, mindful, and reflective person to say what you just said after hearing the way that I responded to you. Thank you. I appreciate you. I'm sorry that I was rude in the way that I responded to you. I'm happy that we're able to have this conversation and learn from each other. I started reading the first book you said after yesterday's stream, actually. Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents by Lindsay Gibson, PhD. I think this is a good spot for a lot of people to start in, because understanding emotional immaturity was kind of the most amorphous and difficult thing for me. I was like, what does emotional immaturity actually mean? It kind of just sounds like hippy-dippy language that like people sort of like throw in your face like cotton candy to obfuscate the reality of other people's shitty behavior. It didn't feel enlightening to hear those words. And then I read this book about the actual practical, scientific results of exhibiting emotional maturity and what it actually means in a practical sense, not in some hippy-dippy feelings way, in a studyable, factual, based in reality way. What does emotional maturity actually do for you? And it literally makes you more attractive. It literally just makes you more attractive. The number one thing that I've noticed since reading Emotionally Immature Parents by Lindsay Gibson, PhD, and like going on this like big, hardcore, like self renovation, I guess I would call it, is that I feel more attractive, feel more attracted to myself, and it is possibly making me more attractive to other people. Mostly because I'm not tap dancing for my life as much as I felt like I used to be, which wasn't very attractive. Sometimes it's attractive to watch somebody tap dance for their life, but it's usually better just to watch somebody exist in their own complicated way than just tap dance for their lives all the time. Oh, such a good one. I'm finishing it up, says Ritus. Yeah, we got Ritus. I say we, but I'm taking credit for what another moderator did for Ritus. It was Tigger, right? Tigger bought you Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents? I need to put stuff on my Goodreads so that I can remember all of them. You get to put stuff on your list so you can remember all of them. It was me. I remember, Tigger. Your generosity will not be forgot, my love. Nor will I diminish it by encompassing I helped too. I didn't do anything. I didn't even raise my fucking ass cheek to fart. I wish there were economically viable lines of work within ideology and philosophy. I also wish the world was an easier place to live in. Is that even possible, dumb loser? Anything is possible when you believe. Quadarian says very wisely spoken. And sexy, too. Agreed, and the emotional intelligence is very attractive, too. Yeah, baby. Thank you again, and you are very welcome, my friend. Love, true love, is what brings us together today. V, I must attend the creature comforts of a nap. Take care, lovely. Enjoy your nap, my dears. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday after a very scary inauguration of the President of the United States of America. Today is such a write-off of a day. Let's just pretend like today never even happened, okay? But you did advertise the fuck out of this book for all of us to read. It's a very good book. It's a very good book. They're all very good books. I'm so tired. Sorry. I thought about the inauguration yesterday and how sad and uncomfortable it feels to watch people dissociate so hard, because it feels like it's trying to force me to dissociate, and I don't want to dissociate from the reality of the world. But when you see things that are so unimaginably awful, your body will insist on protecting you from the weight of the vile actions in front of you by dissociating. And it's painful and it doesn't feel good. I think it's why I'm wearing so much extra makeup today, and it looks like I'm wearing cosplay. Because I feel like I was thinking and I was like, V does not want to stream. V does not want to stream. V wants to cry for the fall of America and for the fall of democracy in the face of rising fascism. That's what V wants to do. But InvaderVie needs to show up and talk about feelings because it's good for her audience. And what's good for her audience is good for InvaderVie. And I know that's an objective truth. That is the truest thing that I've learned from streaming. What is good for the streamer is good for the audience. For real. So I put on a fuck ton of makeup. I really like InvaderVi'd myself up. I really leaned hard into what is InvaderVie doing today? Don't remind me. The year is only 21 days old and the hamstering happened yet already. Hamstering? Oh no, what is that? Only one thing has happened today, and that's this stream. Let's make 2 things happen and you can go ahead and blow your loads, dude. Such a baddie. Meanwhile, I'm over here reading brain rot, fair stuff. You are an incredible human. You deserve so much better than things that distract you from what you want. Yeah, thank you, Biking, for the ban. Don't worry, it'll be a lot of empty words and even more golf, just like last time. I don't like that dismissiveness. Last time people died unnecessarily. Last time people were hurt. Last time people lost their lives. There are children who are dying from septic pregnancies in Texas because of last time. Please do not dismiss the intense severity of what is actually happening. That lack of empathy is narcissistic. Do you recognize that? I can't believe you would say don't worry when there are women dying from lack of healthcare access because of last time. What a myopic and cruel view you just expressed. There's something wrong with you. I hope you work through that in therapy. Things that are happening in the world, not just in the US, are very scary. I'm now interested to see what's going to happen in Canada. Interested is putting it bizarrely. I'm terrified. Do you think that you're being a bit dramatic? The fall of democracy. Americans, when they signed on to their Facebook accounts this morning, noticed that they had followed Donald Trump, the Republican Party, and J.D. Vance. I don't think I'm overreacting. I'm sitting here quietly, in a measured tone, talking about the death of innocent people. And you're trying to tell me that I sound like I'm overreacting. It sounds like your apathy is the exact issue that has allowed these vile people to take power. Whew. Some of you people are very sick. We just gotta keep calm and carry on. No. We need to calmly allow our anger to move us forward in humanity. That nut is doing the Lord's work here. It's true, keeping these titties in space. I am sorry. I was not aware. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry I got so angry at you. I'm sorry that I called you all those nasty names. I don't think that you deserved them now. I'm sorry that I said those nasty things to you. I appreciate your apology. There's no such thing as overreacting to what is happening around us. Hey, how's it going, Queen V? I hope you need a seat because my face is all laid out for you. Sorry, so inappropriate given the greater context, and yet it's still funny. It's still funny. People are still going to be horny even if fascism rises. Anne Frank wrote about how she thought she might have been gay in her diary. We're still allowed to be horny. So I matched with this guy on Tinder and I feel like I'm falling in love with him. We call him the poet. you guys. Call him the poet. I feel like I'm falling in love with him. He's got a great mind. I do like his mind. I was a little worried that he could be a narcissist because I was getting along with him so well. But I told him that he was being mean to me yesterday, that he was being so mean to me yesterday, because he kind of did the same thing that that other guy did, where I sent him a picture of myself and he gave me a sort of non-compliment, sort of dismissive response. And I told him, that's mean. You're being mean. He immediately was like, I was trying to make a joke. It is not my intention to be mean. I apologize. I recognize that my jokes can overstep. Thank you for telling me. I did not mean to be mean. I apologize. I was like, whoa. Oh, whoa. That was like, okay. I mean, that could still be narcissism. That could just be in the early stages of beginning a relationship. A narcissist will future fake, will promise like good behavior in the future by apologizing and making very sincere apologies. Now, the next time if I send him another photo and he gives me a sort of non-compliment and I call him out on it, if he's just like, you're being a little bit sensitive, that's future faking. That last apology was not real. But being an emotional person is good for you. Your emotions are able to guide you. Your feelings guide you. Our feelings guided our ancestors to bring us here right now. We need to allow our feelings to guide us. So like good feelings, bad feelings, measured with mindfulness, where we're also able, not to get blinded by betrayal blindness, to not be sort of lured into hovering behavior. Ugh, we missed that shit stain. Oh, Buford made a great comment earlier, and then I get, yes, I mean, sometimes nasty people can be right sometimes. Some people believe I'm a nasty person, but they must agree with me every once in a while. Dude legit removed the Constitution from the White House website. No, what? Sorry, what? No. No. I don't like that. I can't even feel that. I can't even feel those words that you just said. Oof. Oh, he was saying dumb shit when the president won the election. Can we ignore my awful spelling in that last comment? I blame typos. I spent a lot of brain power on relationship development books for like a month or two. Polywise is a great book for emotional maturity, even for monogamous people. Interesting. Okay. Millions of innocent people die every day. Only people that are truly innocent are children, in my opinion. Sly Fox, you are exhibiting classic emotional immaturity. A black and white view of human beings, adult or otherwise, is inappropriate. It is myopic, pedantic, and ill-informed. You must practice on becoming mindful of your emotions, which might make you feel disgusted from bad people, but also you must learn to balance that disgust with genuine empathy for those who deserve it. Every person on this planet has the right to health care. That is the truth. And the vast majority of countries on this earth recognize that as an undeniable facet of humanity. Healthcare. It is a huge, disgusting, untenable problem that healthcare is being denied to millions of Americans. That is cruelty. That is evil. That is evil. There is money to care for the people of America. There is money to care for the people of America. Rebay says, you don't even need to empathize with every stranger if that's too heavy for you. Exactly. But basic human compassion and kindness can be practiced, even on the level of ideas towards anyone. How beautifully said. Very well said. What an incredibly potent thing to pack into such a short amount of words. You don't need to empathize with every stranger if that's too heavy for you. You don't. No one is expecting it. But basic human compassion and kindness can be practiced, even if it's just on the level of ideas towards anyone. Just the idea of kindness towards people who are out there. Just out there. You are right. The extra cozy pastel pink goodness of the shapes on stream is a wonderful welcome contrast to the current newsfeed. Thank you. That's why I picked this outfit, baby. I knew I was going to have serious talk, so I didn't want my whole butt out, but I still wanted to be fun and sexy. Hello, brunette. Don't objectify people in that way. It is not endearing or cute. It makes you repulsive. He said dumb shit. Yeah, he does. People do say dumb shit. Hey, cutie. I'll allow it. He also removed the reproductive rights website, although there's apparently a replacement website already up. This is evil. Denying healthcare to people is evil. It is so wild that we in the US, our commenter, Government Mule, what a great username for this. I mean, really. It's wild that we in the US, as Government Mule, are what? Number 1 for our military? But number like 47 for healthcare? Kind of sad is almost a mentally ill response to that. Saying kind of sad is a vast understatement, my dear. It is inhuman. Thank you, Queen. We do deserve healthcare. You do deserve healthcare. You absolutely deserve healthcare. You deserve that if you slip and fall and break your ankle, it is not going to end your entire fucking life. Because on the very most basic level of our humanity, which has been intrinsic for tens of thousands of years, we take care of sick people. That is the most basic facet of our humanity, is that we take care of sick people. This isn't something that I've made up. This isn't something that you can disprove. This is a fact. Because we have found evidence of humans who lived tens of thousands of years ago in the most harsh and unlivable circumstances, who broke their femurs. A break that could kill you today. In 2025, I remember what year it is. A femur break tens of thousands of years ago, and that person lived into relative old age after having a life-ending injury. That shows the intrinsic nature of our humanity, and that is for us to take care of sick people. If we as humans can take care of the people who are sick, then those people can become healthy enough to take care of us when we need it. And that's reciprocity, my baby. That's not narcissistic supply and demand. That's just humanity, which is to say reciprocity. Those stats, it means that the government wants you to go to war but don't care if you live. That's what I'm really worried about. What I'm really worried about is this fear that if we start trying to organize, if we start trying to topple these structures that are holding us down, if we start trying to create some positive disintegration in our world, that these men will just send all of us off to war to die, fighting each other, tooth and nail, and then they will just retreat into their billion-dollar bunkers to wait out the destruction of this beautiful paradise that we were so lucky to be born into. It's very rare that this planet is like a veritable Eden, and we get to live in it, because the universe is so cold and harsh and empty, and all of the best, most beautiful things are literally right here in our backyard. Oh my god, Biking Viking, please, please read The Body Keeps the Score. I have never felt worse for veterans. Every veteran of every war. And I'm very, very scared that some of my favorite people might become veterans of wars very soon. Including myself, who knows? It makes you think, right? Crazy world. Ugh. We had to ban this idiot who said, I'll just dodge. I'll just dodge the draft. I'll just cowardly run away from a war that has nothing to do with me, and I will hide while other people sacrifice themselves. Please, keep that shit to yourself. Please keep that shit to yourself, please. It's hard for me, says Sunglass Stony, for me to understand how humans can't evolve past the divisiveness of our species. It is because a small percentage of our population are mentally ill in a malignant way. And that mental illness is malignant in the way that they are able to manipulate systems and structures of power to be able to take advantage of millions of people. That's why billionaires exist. It's why it's so offensive for billionaires to exist. It's basically just like malignant narcissists screaming in your face, I really don't give a fuck about you. I really don't give a fuck about you. And it feels terrible because people who are so indoctrinated by narcissists will willingly defend that behavior. And it makes normal, healthy people feel crazy. We're not crazy. It is crazy to watch a cow throw itself into the lion's mouth. It is frustrating and it is disconnecting from reality to see people vote for the leopards eat your face party. And then it is infuriating and exhausting to then have to listen to those people complain when the leopards eat their faces. And this exhausting disconnection from reality is how sick people thrive and how they make healthy people sick. Because people who are sick and can thrive in sickness find health, find growth, find change, find lightness and truth intolerable. So intolerable they might delete the Constitution off their own website. It's kind of funny how much that makes sense. Coming from an e-girl of all places. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. There need to be more powerful people than me saying these things out loud. Please? Can somebody else say these words other than the e-girl in front of you? Is it really hard to say these things? In a way, yes, and in another way, it feels so easy because it feels so right. Junk Ross, hey there, I just broke up. That's okay, I just got dumped. You're in good company, my dear. Let's be happy that we're both single. Maybe we'll date each other. Power only makes you more of what you already are. Power only makes you more of what you already are. I feel that way about weed, too. I'm sorry, I'm such a stoner. You hit the nail on the head. Watching a billionaire, the richest billionaire on this planet, make a Nazi salute during the inauguration of a US president was one of the most vile and traumatic, truly one of the most vile and traumatic things. And it is traumatic because you are seeing something that is incomprehensibly threatening and you cannot escape it. And being trapped in a threatening situation is traumatic. It is traumatic to be trapped in a threatening situation. It truly is. I don't want to be trapped in a threatening situation. That traumatizes you. Make it make sense. When a poor person defends a rich person for being rich. When the politicians have no wisdom to offer. But then, Harry John, we understand why poor people do this. They have betrayal blindness. They have betrayal blindness. They do not see the betrayal that the billionaire inflicted upon them. They are blind to their own betrayal. And they feel angry that anyone else would complain, given their own circumstances, because look at how, nonplussed they are. Nonplussed? That's not the right word, right? I said the wrong word. It's break time. Yes, V-Weed also enhances what's already within you. Can we just ban the guy who just came in and said LMAO? He's not adding to the conversation. He's hoping to get individual recognition. He can just go. My heart goes out to you. Looking outstanding as always, Queen. Oh, I love you, Week for V. Good to see you, baby. And people were applauding. It's surreal. People did vote for the Leopards Eat My Face party, yes. The Anti-Defamation League has made an official statement that he didn't make a Nazi salute. That doesn't change the reality of our lived experiences. That is gaslighting. That is gaslighting. I know what I saw. You know what you saw. I don't need anyone else to tell me what I saw. I am a person with eyes attached to a brain, which is attached to a nervous system. I will not be gaslit. I refuse. I refuse to accept gaslighting. Yes, the room might be full of light, but it is provided by gaslight. I defy that. Maybe I sound bad, but I want to see the USA reputation buried after this term. It's not bad to say that you want to see consequences for terrible actions. Why do vegans defend animals? They'll never be animals, duh. Can we ban this moron? What a fucking brain dead take. What is the Anti-Defamation League? That's a very good question. What the fuck are those people doing? Who are they? I've been telling people defending the salute, do it also if they think he was saluting something else. We have all seen the idiotic, brain dead, most worthless loser in our elementary school, high school classes throw up a Nazi salute to be edgy and to try to seem controversial. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's just on a larger scale. And that's why it's exhausting. That's why it's exhausting, because we're not in elementary school and we shouldn't have to deal with the most vile and loserish people that we ignored in elementary school and high school now being the billionaires who are running the goddamn internet. Time for a break, BRB. I need a breather and a smoke of a marijuana cigarette. You can really tell that I am like so fucked in the brain. Because as a Canadian woman, the first thing that we talked about on stream should have been the weather. The weather. You guys, we have to talk about how cold it is. You guys, it is negative 10 degrees Celsius. But it feels like negative 23 degrees Celsius, which translates to it feeling like it's negative 11.5 degrees Fahrenheit. Can you imagine it being negative 11.5 degrees Fahrenheit, my American friends? Yes, it's very cold. It is a bright, sunshiny day. It's very cold. It's very sunny. It's very cold. It's very sunny. Very cold, very sunny. This is the little strings from my top. These are not anything inappropriate. I love you. That's right, you do. That's right, you love me. I thought the 17-degree freedom units was bad enough. No. Negative 11 freedom units. What a nightmare. What an actual visceral nightmare. It's very, very cold outside. It's so cold that when I get close to the walls of my house is very well insulated. I live in a Canadian house. Canadian houses are not built the same as American houses. There's actually like a very noticeable difference in the construction of Canadian houses because every house in Canada must be able to withstand the bitter cold of a long, harsh winter. There is no place in Canada that doesn't get the bitter cold of a long, harsh winter. So every house has to be constructed with particular care put into the insulation. And then insulation also needs to, have structure around it to hold it in place. So therefore the structure is a little bit more. Not all houses in Canada. New construction is definitely bad for this. But I've never lived in a new construction house except for once in university. And I hated it. I hated how cheap and flimsy and bland everything was. I live in an old house. I grew up in an old house. I love old houses. I feel like I will only live in a house if it's over 100 years old. Because 100 years ago, they knew how to build fucking houses that last 100 years. I want to know it's gonna last, baby. I mean, old houses have their own problems, absolutely, as anyone who lives in an old house will tell you. But new houses have problems too, and I'd rather deal with old house problems than new house problems. Dealing with problems that are close to you in time and in space is overwhelming. I'd rather have problems that are close to me in space, but not really in time. Like, oh, this is like a problem that has sort of developed over a long period of time. Here it barely dips into the minus, so it's fucking odd seeing fog in fucking January. This is the thing, Rightus. We need to get used to the climate changing. So here we are. I love your outfit. You look amazing. Thanks, friend. Thick walls. I just joined. I love this fit. It's one of my favorites. Go jump on Instagram. There's some good pictures. And then also go jump on my Patreon because there's going to be even more and better photos of this outfit later on Patreon. Yeah. Representing Vancouver, are there many power outages in Canada? Rambler. Canada's a pretty big fucking country with a few million people in it. Are you asking if I know what every individual Canadian's experience with the electrical grid is like? I don't know if I can give you an accurate answer. Old houses are haunted though. Feels dank, man. I mean, new houses can be haunted too. Crazy A24, welcome to the stream. Thank you. It's your first time subscribing. I'm going to sing you a song. Welcome to the blanket fort. I'm very glad you're here. I'll send the air reverberating with a mighty cheer. I'll sing you in, I'll sing you out. To you I raise a mighty shout. Yo, yo, my sub is here, so welcome to my stream. Sometimes I pretend like I'm on like a late night talk show and I'm being interviewed because I'm a famous celebrity. And I think about things that I would say to the talk show hosts. And one of my favorite things to imagine saying to the talk show host is that I used the money from my fame and success to buy my first house. I feel very proud of it. It's an old house, so it is haunted. And they're gonna be like, ooh, haunted you? And yes, I have lots of good haunting stories. But the most important thing is that the house is haunted by the former owners, like the immediate former owners. But you don't need to worry, they didn't die in the house. But they did die so I could buy their house because I really wanted their house. I feel like this is the kind of thing that I would say, like being interviewed on like a late night talk show, and I'd be like, I'm so funny and clever, and people would be like, Jesus, I'm never watching this show ever again. I have literal psychos on here talking about murdering innocent people for houses. But as a millennial woman, how else are you going to get a house if you don't murder the like current occupants? Preferably not in the house, unless you think it's gonna make you get it for cheaper, in which case then, yeah. No, this is terrible. This is what dehumanizing people does to them, though. It makes them think inhuman things. How does one haunt a house that they didn't die in? I'm sorry, wait, hold on. So, you believe ghosts are number one, real, and number two, that ghosts are forced to occupy certain places? Okay, then. So, everywhere is super haunted because people have died everywhere, like all the time? But, what? So everywhere is haunted. Thank you for that lovely welcome song. Yay. I'm glad you liked it. No, I think you're really smart. I like how you formulate your sentences, too. Thank you. I was raised with the very sick belief that if I behaved perfectly, people would be nice to me. So that's why I'm the way I am. Now I realize that I don't need to behave perfectly for you to like me. I'll behave the way that makes me feel good, and you can feel however the fuck you want. Derek says, exactly, the housing market cannot crash fast enough to prevent all these murders. If my house is haunted, I kind of hope it's like Scary Movie, but with like a girl ghost while I'm asleep. Oh my god, that scene is so fucking funny. With, she's Aaron Spelling's daughter. Her name is Tori Spelling. With Tori Spelling, fuck, it's so funny. So I knew that I was healing because I had one of my like regular fantasies where my like big, strong, macho boyfriend, wow, who's 5'7". That's weird. I guess it's Wolverine. So Wolverine, my boyfriend, is fucking me in the ass while he lets lesser men fuck me in my pussy. This is one of my favorite daydreams that is pretty commonplace for many different women. And I came, of course. That's a very horny dream, of course. And then something happened. My brain sort of kept going. I had come, I'd had an orgasm, I was ready to be done, but my brain kept going. And in my dream of my orgasm, I grab Wolverine's dick, boyfriend Wolverine's dick. I jam it back into myself. I grab his hair and his head around his ears. I look into his face and I go, I'm not ready to stop. We're going again. And he goes, wait, what? And then I fuck him raw. And I came again. I came even harder again. That has never happened to me. That was incredible. That I didn't even know I had that in me. My brain created a fantasy because my imagination, through this work of like identifying narcissism, recognizing emotional immaturity, and allowing my brain to actually work the way our brains are meant to, it is actually feeding me greater and wilder and more arousing fantasies of my own life. And literally just the fact that I say this out loud means that the likelihood of me making this a reality is that much closer. It's wild. It's really crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being a part of this. Thank you. Thank you for your service. It's great. That's so funny. I felt really bad. It was, and also it wasn't Wolverine. It was kind of Senshi from Dungeon Meshi. But I feel like a really nasty, awful monster to imagine Senshi like dominating me in that way and then me dominating him in that way because he is such like a sweet and generous person. It was a little bit safer and felt a little bit better for my mind to sort of latch onto a Wolverine type for that really like graphic sort of aggressive sexual fantasy. But in reality, it was Senshi. Oh, I love him so much. I love them all so much. This is Rich's fault. This is Rich's fault because, no, it's not really. I sent Rich that. There's this like really, really horny Rule 34 Dungeon Meshi hentai that this incredible artist is working on. Please, it's so good. It's so wonderful. It's like they find a steam cavern and Marcel is like, Laus, they get separated, and Marcel's like, you can't see me in just a towel, so you need to blindfold yourself. So she blindfolds Laus, and then like his towel falls off, and oh, he got that dog in him. He got that dog in him. And I want it in me. I do. I really do. It's great. It's a great, anyway, so there's another chapter where it has Senshi and it has Chilchuck. And they're both adults, but like Chilchuck's like a skinny little twink. And Senshi needs to be hairier. I have one qualm. I have one qualm with this hentai, and it's that Senshi isn't hairier. He has chest hair, he has shoulder hair, he has upper arm hair and lower arm hair, he has belly hair, he should have back hair, he should have ass hair, he should be covered in hair. I love body hair. I love body hair. I love body hair. There's literally no such thing as you having too much body hair for InvaderVie. That doesn't exist. I'll let you clip that. I'll let you clip that because you should know it's the truth. I love finding guys to DM off of Reddit. And I follow the mustache Reddit, and this guy posted his mustache on Reddit, and I was like, oh, I love his mustache. One of my favorite things is that sometimes when you click on a guy's profile on Reddit, it'll have the pop-up of like, there's not safe for work material here. Do you really want to go forward? And like, that not safe for work pop-up is like the calling card of like, hey V, you're exactly where you belong. You're exactly where you belong. He didn't have any not safe for work content. He just posts his mustache in mustache because he has a really nice mustache. He does not have any not safe for work content. So normally what I do is I DM them on Reddit, but then I've talked about this. My Reddit account looks like somebody impersonating me. It doesn't look like me. So I saw that he had linked his Instagram, and my Instagram is my Instagram. It's me. Those are my followers. These are my pictures. I'm uploading every single day. It's me. Hi, hello, it's me. So I DM'd him on Instagram, and I was just like, I found your Reddit account, and I really liked it, and I really like your mustache. And then this man sent me a picture of him topless, and he's so hairy. Oh my god, he's so hairy without even intending to. I shrunk myself down to the size of Tinkerbell, and I threw myself into the magical forest of his chest hair, and I was just this like teeny tiny little light fairy, just like twirling and fucking pole dancing around each individual follicle, and like grinding myself into it and like licking and loving it and just like pressing my whole body into each hair. I don't know why I love it. I guess because I'm not really hairy. I'm like kind of hairy, but also not. I'm not hairy at all. I'm really not. I like love my beautiful black pubic bush, which is kind of incongruent with having like this very fine, soft, medium brown, cool toned hair. Like literally one of my ex-boyfriends was like, oh my god, your pubes are black. Like normally girls who have brown hair have brown pubes. I was like, nah, mine are black. I got senshi pubes. But then the rest of my hair is like pretty light, which is kind of weird that it's just like so dark there. So I love it. I guess because I associate like thick, dark hair with my erogenous zone. When a guy has thick, dark hair on his body, I'm like, wow, your whole body is like my pussy. That's crazy. Where can I see your vagina? In AI pornography of me. You can just take whatever photo you want and you can just put it into an AI pornography. What do you think about beards? I love beards. I love mustaches. I love well cared for hair. I love well cared for hair. Okay, I have to end stream, but I'll leave you with this idea that I had the other day, which feels really nice to me. We are comprised of three main, very important components. This might also be part of what Severance is about, so pay extra close attention if you're watching that show too. As human beings, we are not comprised of two individual components. We don't just have our minds and our bodies. There's actually a machine between them, and that's our brains. And our brains and our minds and our bodies are as unique and individual as anything else in this fucking world. They're three individual systems that require maintenance, and the way that you maintain your body is by exercising. The way that you maintain your brain is by styling your hair on your face and body. Yes, your brain and your hair are connected because your hair grows out of your brain. Sometimes. Not everyone. Sometimes The hair only grows out of the brain and your testicles, and not on your head. And then you have to take care of your face, which represents your mind. Our faces are truly our minds. Our faces show what our minds are capable of expressing and feeling and working on. So your face is separate from your hair, which is part of your brain, and your body is separate from everything else. You need to take care of your body, your face, and your hair to take care of your brain, your mind, and your body. There you go. Those are the 3 things you need to work on every single day. Good job, everyone. Exactly. Beard oil, wash your face, throw on some moisturizer, get some sunscreen. Who shall we raid today? Who do you wanna? I don't need this. Y'all are thirsty. I'm fucking satiating and satiated. Who shall we? I don't like that you can see the clasp of my brassiere, however. Undergarments must remain under. Who shall we raid today? Thank you so much for hanging out with the fucking repulsive, vitriolic version of me that had to show up today because of the things that she saw on the internet last night. Please enjoy hanging out. Oh, what? Oh, yo. Yeah, it's been a minute since James was streaming when I was streaming. Go hang out with James. Hello, James. A bra class. Scandalous. I don't like it. I'm like, no. No. What I think is so funny is that many people have this very horny desire to, like, view me only, like, censored. They're like, oh, I don't even want to, like, see your face and your body because, like, the censoring is so horny. So that's a thing that you can think about. Okay, bye. Oh, I didn't. Hold on.